Okay. We're in, man. This is good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to start off with a little bit of a thingy here because I've got our sponsor kind of posted up here in the corner. It is Babbel, and if you end up getting a monthly subscription using the panel that I have in my About page down below, or an annual subscription as well, that helps me out, especially if you follow through, give it a check, give it a listen, check it out. More in particular, the 60% off is specifically in regards to getting the lifetime purchase of Babbel, and it will allow you to get 60% off of that particular price, and lifetime is exactly what it sounds like. So check it out. Besides that, we're playing a Rod's game, which is going to be fun.
Yeah, it's been a while. Life has kind of taken us a little out
Yeah.
and about. So it's good to
Yeah.
get back to the campaign. So to recap, Arad has engaged in an accord with a demon.
Yo, Slim! Yep.
Yeah. And the reason he's had to do that is because he is now being faced with the realities of modern existence and protecting the umbral realms.
Yes, indeed. Let's switch the mood.
And the necessity of things are not based off of moral absolutes. They're based off of deals and arrangements that maintain a peaceful and equitable relationship, which is really an antithesis to his understanding of the world and his view of demons,
Right.
and the exploitation of humanity. So now, to protect that which he is trying to foster and grow, he is having to make accords, to make political alliances with people that he most certainly does not want to have anything to do with. He would rather send them back to their ethereal realms in as many pieces as possible.
Yeah.
As opposed to doing that. And his first is to go back to the Daedalus Belt to deal with a vampiric target. Target 1 was moving cargo through this territory. Malcolm Winter, who apparently has a great deal of power in the underground, ties to various bosses, etc. But Rod's target is to eliminate Malcolm Whittaker and to disrupt that flow of business.
Right.
Which he's significantly more inclined to, given werewolves' attitudes and the ancient rivalry that exists between the two subspecies of humanity. I think that sums it up.
I think that comes pretty damn close, yeah. I want to make sure that I have this part of it. Yep, it looks like Dawson was your previous problem.
Because I don't know how to dress in the morning.
That's okay. We all understand that we're wearing pajamas underneath the screen.
Oh, please. I'm wearing, pajama bottoms that have Grogu on them. I'm not being classy with that.
Because we're men. Manly men.
We're men in tights. We're men looking around for fights.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep, we only had the one. Well, okay. So, what was that name again for the person that you were looking for? Apparently, I didn't write anything down.
Malcolm Whittaker. And the accord is between Brewster Albatross and I. And Brewster Albatross's true name is somewhere in my notes.
Well, that part I do have.
Okay, thank you, because I'm not looking it up.
Curse this technology. It's too complicated. Okay,
Which
so...
is interesting because the demon actually giving Arad its true name gives Arad power in a certain capacity.
Right. Well, and
because of the
he
importance of
understood
names.
that in a very specific sort of sense. Yeah, the name that he gave you if you need it is Ganeth. That's
Ganeth.
his actual name.
Okay, terms of the accord with Ganeth. Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Yep.
It's a
All
more
right.
specific place now.
Where were you
Alright.
staying in the Daedalus Belt exactly?
I wasn't. He wasn't staying. He just picked up a random street hotel because every hotel's luxurious to him.
Right. What I mean is that
and-
you were just staying in some place in the Daedalus Belt as a...
No, he just stayed a night in a slum hotel.
Right.
So
Well, you were...
he's probably gonna do the same thing. He has no established base of operations because in Central Park, he's within his own power and realm. Excuse me, I gotta get the camera focused again. He's focused in his own realm. There we go. He's focused in his own realm of power because it's what he's familiar with. He's in nature itself. So he actually has, his first thing to do when he's traveling back down to the Daedalus Belt is to find some sort of nature area or forested area that's tied to the umbral realms or the Fey realms on some level, because he knows he can find safe harborage and passage in those. That's his world. So if he has to retreat, he can go to take the fight in an area that he is familiar with. So first things first, after he has this, he's going to go take care of that. He's going to catch a lift back down to the Daedalus Belt. Well, actually, first things first, he's actually kind of going to inform, because he's just faultlessly honest.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go find Ivan and let him know what's going on. Because if he doesn't, then that's a betrayal of truth to his own people.
Well, I mean, don't go and tell Ivan that he's planning on chasing after a vamp, or that he's working with vamps. What's...
He's chasing after a vamp.
Gotcha.
And the reason he's chasing after a vamp, and give him the reason, saying, look, there is a powerful demon that now has its eyes on Central Park. Inadvertently, because of his action of killing demons. And he's basically eating crow. So to speak.
Okay, so... Well, you can even probably just reach out to him via, your comm or your smart brace even. You've been learning how to use it. It's been a while. You've even learned small amounts of English. So the technology is a lot more... You're used to it, but you can definitely apply it now and just inform him over comms and let him know that you're planning on doing this.
So let's do that then. So as he's caught his ride down to the Daedalus Belt, he replies the comms, and he's just like on the comms. Yeah, keep on going, tapping like the left arm that he can't use.
Yeah.
So how does he like tap? He has to use voice activation, or he has to
Yeah, yeah. You just have your own voice activation. Which, by the way, it's gonna try. Good luck guessing what the hell your passwords are, because you're gonna be using your Sumerian background for it, especially with a verbal password. The specific inflection and dialect is going to be important. So.
Yeah. Try to break those passwords, bitch.
Basically.
As apparently Arad's brace, smart brace, becomes like the mythical item for all hackers to crack in all of Night City. Like, hey, have you heard about this night brace? We can't break its password. No, really? It exists? Says it's password protected. I can't figure out. I mean, what are we supposed to do? I mean, I think it's verbal recognition. What language is it? I don't know. So anyway, that's a side thing. So yeah, now he contacts Ivan and he goes, "Oh, hello."
Ivan responds.
I'm
He
sorry.
just you get that like there's a bit of a pregnant pause before he actually replies. He's like, "Arad? Is that you?"
Yes. Yes. Am I doing this right?
You're talking to me, so you're doing it right. Sir, what do you need?
Excellent. I am going back to the Daedalus Belt. I just wish to let you know that there are some things of concern for you in the pack.
Being what?
Well, you have my apologies. Last I was in the Daedalus Belt, I encountered some demons feasting on humans. Very, very troublesome. Well, in dispatching said demon, I was embarrassingly tracked back to the forest, and have subsequently had to make an accord to keep your pack safe. I am now, in accordance with that accord, hunting a blood-cursed individual. I believe they're now known as vampires? Yes.
Yeah, I know about vampires. Who?
A Malcolm Whitaker. Do you know of him?
I don't.
Well, he shall soon not trouble this world, and once the accord is safe, I will ensure that the safety of your pack. But, as I said before, I would be remiss if I did not remiss, because you wouldn't know the word remiss. I would be sorrowful if I did not tell you of my mistake that placed you in danger.
Well, trying not to think about it too hard, Arad. We're a full pack, you know. We can handle our own problems, but thanks for the heads up.
Yes,
yes.
You
just
can
watch
handle
yourself
it.
out there, okay?
I trust. But this is powerful spirit, old, from my time. Having a full pack is one thing. Disputes with such beings are ill-advised in the people's current state. Or not
Okay.
ill-advised. Sorry, I have to get the cadence of speech again.
You're good.
Not good in people's current state. Yes, yes.
He's like, I got it. Don't worry. We're on yellow alert, okay, Rod? Thanks for the heads up.
Aye. As you will.
He's like, okay now.
And he says, how do I...
He's like, don't worry about it, I'll
Stop.
take care of it. He's just like,
Oh.
You just manage yourself. I'll be watching the flash feed.
He's trying to he's like, how do I...
Yeah,
how do
like,
I
beep,
stop
boop, beep, boop, like that. You're like nubbing it.
He just, all he hears is beep, beep, beep,
Yeah, he's just like,
on
okay,
Ivan's
all right,
side.
all right. You know, like, and it goes, poof, and it just says, terminated.
That says, he is such a helpful friend.
So,
Yeah, remorseless positivity.
that's the fucking truth. Let's see here. No, I think this is the one I wanted. Okay. Well, I mean, you're in a jumper at this point, just kind of riding along and feeling the jump drives just sort of rumble you through the air. It's still a fascinating thing whenever you get to ride in one of these.
So
What's
he's still doing like the childhood thing of pressing his hand against the window with his
Yeah,
face.
it'll probably never get old, if I'm gonna be honest. Especially if he's anything like me whatsoever, is that no matter how many times I fly in a plane, I love staring out the window. It pisses people off, I think, but I don't actually think so.
That's
Nobody
that's
seems
what
to be.
Arad's doing. He's just being fascinated by the world.
See, yeah, and while you're watching the shadows, watching Night City pass by, right underneath you from over 1,000 feet in the air, it's quite incredible what humanity has managed to accomplish, and you keep running around in that in your mind. Despite all the darkness and the trouble and everything else that comes with it, there are a great deal of fascinating and intrinsically powerful things that humankind has managed to accomplish. Of course, you're just going right over the tops, and when you get to the Daedalus Belt sometime later, here we go. Let's see, were you already in the Daedalus Belt before this ride, or were you coming from the New York sector down?
Can you turn down the music a little bit? It's a little loud on my side. I don't know how to change or adjust the a little bit up. That was a little too low.
How's that?
Good. Okay.
Okay.
It was hard hearing you.
Yeah. Specifically, when it comes down to it, how many credits do you have?
He is at archetype. No, it's not character information. He is at 2,729. So how much does this ride cost him?
Well, that's what we're going to get to. Let's see. It's going to be... Because you're coming from New York District, right? All the way down to the Daedalus Belt from where you were. I could have sworn that you met... Didn't you meet Brewster in the Daedalus Belt, though, at a plaza?
Yeah.
I thought you did. Okay, so what were you doing in New York sector, then? How'd you get back up north?
He took another AV, and we did the cost for that, too. So he went down the Daedalus Belt, killed some demons, and then he's like... And then he was helping the young woman with her thing, and he wanted to bring her to someplace safe. So the only place safe he could think of was the forest. And then he wanted to make sure that she was safe, so he went to the one individual that made him feel safe and introduced the world, which was Jekyll. And Jekyll got her a job, and now she's doing her thing with her now spirit wolf companion that Arad
She always has had it. She just never knew it was there until you demonstrated it.
It's one of those things where she didn't know about it, and Arad taught her how to see it.
Right. Well.
And he went, mission accomplished, and then Brewster showed up in what he thinks of as his forest, like his home. Saying, I'm going to threaten your pack if you don't do this. So he's like, fine, fuck it. And he goes back to the Daedalus Belt.
Yeah.
He was planning on going back there anyway because he's like, that's great hunting ground.
Right, so you dropped another 234 credits on the ride.
Okay. Okay. I am adjusting balance. He's going to figure out how to do with income at some point in time.
Yep. Well, there's other modes of transportation. Jumpers are just popular because they get you there fast, direct. All right, so you come into the Daedalus Belt. The buildings here take on that sort of, because when you're flying over, it's a transition that's very subtle. Like moving across landscape can be under any normal circumstance. If you were to view it from the air, things just kind of slowly transmute over time. Ever so often you'll catch like areas of like the city or areas of the landscape or geography will just kind of shift suddenly, almost like it was bordered. But it's just because of the fact that, it's the natural sort of fluctuation of how everything fits together between how the mountains and natural runways. I mean, Night City is constructed in and around nature, despite the fact that, it's such a testament to human ingenuity and speed. But the Daedalus Belt is a heavily industrious part of Night City, always has been. And sitting at the nexus point between north and south makes it probably one of the most crowded areas. It just happens to be that commerce comes through. All of the major E-train lines come right through the same place. Any of the subterranean areas would have to be done in the same way. So, transit is one of those odd things that Night City does extraordinarily well. Like arteries pumping blood through the entire, vast urban expanse that it is. It's capable of supporting itself really well without much trouble. That is where you come landing down into a series of, where it's got a landing structure. It's similar to, anything else. You can land on the streets if need be, but this is kind of one of those areas that you can land into where it's this sort of mass landing and takeoff where you can do, you can come by and pick jumpers up or whatever else. But it's a transit hub. That's the word I was looking for.
Now, he had gone back to his house
Mm-hmm.
and found like a bag that Puck left, because Puck left him clothes, stuff like that.
That he did.
Because of Puck's sense of humor, he's now wearing, instead of an AC/DC shirt, he's wearing a Metallica shirt.
Right.
No, actually, no. Because of Puck's sense of humor, he's wearing a Powerwolf shirt, the German metal band. So.
All right, good call. I dig it.
He's wearing, it's like Powerwolf, and it's got like the the werewolf priests of that weird metal subgenre, which is a fantastic subgenre, by the way. I love everything about it. So he's wearing his Powerwolf T-shirt. And he's like, this is great. He loves the pretty pictures, right? And it's got werewolves on it. So he's like, okay, cool. But like, he doesn't appreciate the irony of what Puck actually did with that shirt.
No,
so he's got his sword on his hip, and he's got his bag on his stump, like slashed over here in his little duffel bag that's just sitting there. Still frees him up so that he can draw his sword if he wants, and he's just looking at the hub. Just going,
yeah, it looks like a massive beehive. Because the transit hub is where a lot of all these jumpers come down, land, take off. You've got people that, it's kind of similar to an airport, I guess you could say, but it's a little more casual in that you can come by and just pick a jumper up once it gets rid of its fare, right? It's just air taxi. That's all it is. It's just air taxi all over the place. And this particular transit hub just kind of allows you to get through. So you go through this structure down to the street below, and you're basically swallowed up again by the massively high buildings and just how Night City has composed itself with the crowds, with punks and the rest of it, just kind of keeping to what you've kind of learned to be the thump and drive of everything in as the culture goes. Just this kind of constant tensity, and this is kind of in the middle of the day, which is the part that's probably more fascinating because Night City usually comes alive at night.
Oh, he's totally going country bumpkin in the city, because before, when he came to the Daedalus Belt, he was in more like residential areas and things like that, right? He was not in like this commercial center area. Still industrialized, right, but in the more housing because of the 86. Actually,
86 straight. It was the Red Riot Devils.
Red Riot Devils that he decimated. So
yeah, it was one or the other. The gang that you screwed up, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, look, the gang that he screwed up, well, in the other campaign, it's the 86 Dread Kings, is the one still active. Give me one moment.
And let's pick some good music here. Wish I had something that was slightly more cyberpunky. Too hard.
Sorry. So he's just being, a country bumpkin in the city now because he's been more exposed to this, but he's getting kind of used to it because he's in the New York district as well.
Right.
But he's just surrounded by a crowd and he's just kind of doing his thing. And he looks at the brace and he goes, "Ah, hello, spirit of the net," because that's what he calls.
Right. I get it.
Spread. He goes, "Spirit of the net. Is there a forest in this stone forest? Nature."
Is there a forest in the stone forest? It takes you maybe 6 or 7 minutes to really get it to do what you need it to do. But it does pop up. There is a... it's called the Chesterville Nature Reserve. And the Chesterville Nature Reserve is probably a likely point. It's not as big or heavily as invested as the It's too hard, man. Too hard. Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah.
Let's have that industrial phone. Yeah.
But yeah, you see various points where it kind of like leads you along, because you can do similar with your smart brace or slate or whatever it is that you might have in this particular environment. You can use it to help guide you on foot, by car, whatever. Similar, it's basically just an improvement on the GPS, but it just allows you to kind of manipulate and work your way through complicated city streets into the locations. Now, the Chesterville park that you're trying to get to is a fair distance from where you are now, but you have it pinged, and you've learned how to do this where you just set it as something that you can remember for later. Like, it'll guide you to it and give you exact address, etc. But yeah, like I said, you've got it. You honed in. You're not sure if there's going to be like Fae hanging in that area, but it's as good a shot as any.
Okay, so he wants to kind of maneuver his way. I guess he gets find street traffic, or takes a bus, or anything to that effect. I think he'll take a bus.
Yeah, well, in this case, yeah, you can take local transport like that, or grounder,
He likes buses because he likes to listen to people. He likes to listen to humanity, to see how humanity's changed. Being in a bus allows him to watch humanity, because he's just so happy with how they've developed, disappointed in some regards, but fascinated by the whole concept of, because he feels like it's so much like his own dreaming city. The dreaming city was on the cusp of the blending of the umbral realms with the with that sacred existence, with the more profane, mundane existence of humanity.
Right.
So he's just seeing it explode into its, what he sees almost as the natural progression of the blending of the umbral and the profane.
Right.
So he gets on a bus.
Well, the bus and the ride is pretty long-winded. I mean, you just take your tag, which is, like I said, it's either on your brace, or it's, it's just basically, it's like an ID card. That's all a tag is. You just boop like that, and it'll go right to your pay clip or anything like that and charge you for what you're worth. The bus ride's only going to be like 30 credits tops for where you're going.
Okay. At which point he goes, I remember. Need to use bus more often.
You can also use those E-trains that are like...
Which are cheap too.
Yeah. You just have to make it to various stations.
Yeah, but I think he likes buses more because trains tend, especially mass commuter trains, tend to bring on not what he considers the best of humanity.
Yeah.
If you've ever taken those trains, you understand.
Yeah. Of course I have.
Yeah.
I went with you in San Francisco.
This is an interesting place. Can we get off the train?
Yeah. There was that, and whenever I was dating somebody up in Portland at one point, I was taking the train. Yeah, I was taking the train in through parts of like the thicker parts of Portland, and there was this guy with a garbage sack. He was just like like that at the front of the train, just punching nothing and like shouting and just being himself, I guess. And it was just one of those things like, I'm with my girlfriend's terrified. I'm just watching this guy and I'm like, if I have to deal with this fool, I'm gonna get hurt because he's crazy and I can't predict his movements. Lord knows what the hell he's gonna do.
So this is why he doesn't like trains.
Yeah.
So yeah, Chesterville Nature Reserve.
Yep.
Okay.
I wonder if I have got him in here. Yeah. I know who Arad can play around with. I got somebody. Okay. So, yeah, you get there. It takes hours, right? It's not the same thing as being in a jumper. It takes a long time. You do clear the distance in a few hours, which puts you somewhere in the afternoon, mid-afternoon rather. And, you come stepping out and you've got the park is segregated from within. It has multiple entrance points. It's been covered by a large stone wall, heavily masked in graffiti, which actually looks pretty intensely beautiful. It's not the kind of thing that you would see and go like, ugh, there's some serious talent painted all over these walls, and it looks like it's been there a long time.
And he touches something, like he touches it and like examines it because of the pictograms.
Yeah.
And the cuneiform and the
oh
whole
yeah,
imagery.
You would probably jive with this really easily. Yeah, it's got that same element attached to it for sure.
So he understands the messages they're trying to convey, and he thinks it's high art. He really thinks that some graffiti is high art. Some he just kind of chuckles at.
Right. Well, because you can't help it with the obvious erotic connotations and the just being
like
dirty teenagers.
Crude. He's like, that's crude, but they're young.
So when you go stepping past one of the main entry points, it's not like it's got a lot of security or anything. Any of the security cameras or any of the other type of surveillance equipment is going to be hung in and around the park, and it's big. It's got to be pretty large. It does have a lot of nature sort of shoved into it all at once. There are winding paths that push through, copse of trees, and you've got hills and picnic benches, and it actually does a good job. It stretches perhaps probably about 1.25, maybe 1.5 square mile. So it's got at least some density to it. But it, as I said, there are threads of magic here, but nothing to the same degree that you would get in, the Central Park area.
Okay, so it's 1/4 square miles.
It's 1.25, 1.5 square mile. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. 1.25. Okay. Magic is present, but not nearly to the same extent.
Correct. There are people here. You do have a large number of, there are some shanty towns kind of stashed in corners where they can be. And then you have the surrounding concrete fence that isn't, it's not the one you penetrated, but it's the looming city that kind of surrounds the entire park. And you can see it from any angle, unless you're inside the collections of trees and areas like it, where it kind of gets blocked out. But yeah, there is still a small heartbeat of some kind of natural life here that you can probably use.
So he's essentially gonna start tracking.
Yep.
So he's going to be utilizing his tracking to identify, and his survival to identify isolation. Like he sees the shanty towns, he walks past the shanty towns, but he needs a place that he can call his own. So we're gonna do those rolls.
You're rolling to investigate?
He's
or track?
doing
You said tracking.
track. Because he can see the signs of humanity's presence through tracking.
Yeah.
So this will be the tracking. Great. And then we're going to do survival.
His survival should be decent.
His survival is actually really decent.
Okay, good. Okay. So 16 on your survival. That beats an average. So what you're finding is that a lot of the disparateness of this nature park comes from the fact that it's in poor condition. I mean, it looks nice, right? But it's been pushed to a level of conformity. It's really difficult to work with. That conformity helps in terms of like city planning and making sure that it fits within, blocks and things like that for, like just convenience. But nature and convenience are not always kind of like what is convenient to nature is not necessarily convenient to an orderly type situation like in this case.
So he's not annoyed, but he is annoyed. And he's just kind of walking through it, going, tut, 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 like a click in the back of his neck.
Mm-hmm.
That's his annoyed, like sussing sounds. It's like, like this. Why can't they just let nature be nature?
Right.
Attitude.
Right. Well, and why couldn't we just adapt with it at the same time and try to work within what she's got going on? Because the systems of nature are much more complex, vastly more accurate to how things work. I mean, like, a lot of this thought is definitely kind of protruding. You get approached by people from time to time. It's, not in the hostile sense. You get people that are, it's like you've got a guy who's obviously not been in a home for quite some time. He just like brushes past you and he's just sort of like, hey, brother, what? Like just kind of moves along while he's collecting things from out of garbage cans and just kind of doing his bit. So the park, it's like, which is the other aspect of it. There's a lot of saturation here when it comes to the people, the culture, and the way that it functions. Is that it seems to kind of have difficulties, and you've always known that nature always attracts what it has in a majority of. And right now it's kind of choked off, which is why you feel that way. The people here have the same sort of ambient sensation about it. It's just, there's a reflection here of, scarcity that can't be missed. And so you're kind of surrounded by it. Do you have, what's your occult? I don't remember if you had much.
That was always this. Yes, he does have. That's Malcolm who doesn't have that shit. I mean, he's just a Scottish soldier. He doesn't deal with the cult. He's just. Whatever.
It's like, I happen to be a vampire. Doesn't mean I know shit.
I mean, no, you're not wrong. There's an occult roll of 14.
Okay. You do know that as part of the way that a lot of these things function, there's always a crisscrossing of ley lines of magic. Nature is always conveniently subtle. And while this area has been choked off, time, of course, change will occur, and she will come back into the fold completely. It's only a matter of time. The suppression is just what it is now. However,
and that's what he's looking for. He's looking for a nexus point of nature reasserting itself.
There is a very weak nexus point that is near towards the central part of Chesterville Nature Reserve. It's there, and you can kind of pick up on it. You just know it it's an intellectual sense in this case, where you're kind of determining that it's like you're mentally dowsing for the most secure point, trying to see if it's still got enough juice in it to be something worthwhile. Well, as it turns out, this crisscrossing of ley lines happens right near where this bridge covers over a creek, which seems to have some decently, drinkable water, as a matter of fact. You kind of look to see how it's flowing across. It's a natural creek that pushes through from a lot of the, underground waterways that haven't been terribly disrupted, despite the fact, again, nature being subtle and working around and adapting to the circumstances. There's something here to it.
He'll put his hand in the water and kind of feel it, to feel if it feels oily, and then he'll like smell it.
Nope, it was actually pretty clean.
Then he'll taste it and he'll kind of smile to himself. It's like, this is good.
Yeah, and that nexus point is right around here, sort of underneath the small arch bridge that goes across from one side of the creek to the other. And it's also been heavily stylized. It's got that covering over the top that makes it look interesting. It's, it's a basic sort of swooping architecture. It's kind of nice. Even inside the gray of the sky and the rest of it, it doesn't seem to be very gloomy. It actually kind of carries with it a certain sense of relief, which ironically has a lot of people sort of standing aside.
Okay, so we're going to do a survival roll of 20.
Whoa.
Whoa, maybe not that.
Hey, Kaz. Thanks for the subscription, man.
Oh, that's what that was from.
Yeah.
Because that just blasted my eardrums. It's like D, music choice, not appropriate. I'm like, oh, that was cause. Never mind. So we nature roll, survivor roll of 20, because now he's gonna kind of go into underneath the bridge to investigate the nexus.
Okay. Well, there is, you go investigating underneath and you try to take a look around. Make me an awareness.
$18.
You see something. It's underneath there. Probably not what you're looking for, but you see a creature, probably about yay large, right? Under the bridge, opposite bank, adjacent from where because you go underneath and take a look, and it's, the bridge is kind of resting to your upper right here, and then you look to your left across the riverway, and you see something kind of moving around, and it's this hulking, small, probably not more than a foot tall, but it's got a rocky it's like got a rocky sort of skin texture, mossy looking, with an extended nose that's much bigger for its face than it should be, huge bushy freaking eyebrows, and it's just barely visible to the eye. And then when you start to focus on it, it becomes much more clear, and you can see that it's sitting there just kind of hulking and staring at you, kind of like watching with interest, not hostility, of course. And then, of course,
13 occult.
All right.
You could either take that as legend lore or occult lore, because I have 7 in both.
Right. So. Well, in this case, occult is more than good enough. But you're kind of watching it, and it just kind of sits there and hunkles and realizes that you're seeing it, and it's just like, no, my bridge, like that. It picks up a rock. It's just sort of like.
So it's a troll.
Yeah.
Okay. Territorial. And he says, hello, friend. And he just puts up his hand like, peace, like, it's like, no, I have no. He speaks to it in Sumerian.
Right.
So we're gonna switch to being more eloquent. And he puts his hand like peace, 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 and then he just kind of bows to the troll. He says, and in ancient Sumerian, he says, I have no desire to intrude upon your domain, O Lord of the Bridge.
Well, they like puts it does that perk up, like it kind of gets like this, and then its head does this twist thing that's really abnormal, because it's like an owl, but instead of rotating like this, it rotates like that.
Because he just went from just curious to like full high court, like his leg sweeps back behind, to limit his movement. He would push the sword back to make sure it's non-threatening gesture, but that arm's not there. So he makes sure that he touches his forehead and he sweeps his hand away from his sword.
Right. Yeah. Well, he just, like I said, it perks up. Its head rotates, almost 45 degrees in a way that's really kind of abnormal looking, and then it snaps back into place. It's like, what do you want?
I am Arad Logal of. Oh my god, my brain needs to stop shorting out.
I'm Arad Logal of my brain.
Oh my god. It's I don't know what it has been about this week, but it's just completely shot the crap. Give me a second. I keep on forgetting that I need to keep this stuff. This is I am Arad Lugal of the Yamate Sharkara Ur.
And it's like, just kind of like the eyebrows go up. It's like, what do you want?
Ah, I was wondering. You live where nature has become. There's, I guess, it understands him perfectly in Sumerian. And there's spirits dancing around him as he speaks. He
Yep.
says, you understand. Nature is strong here. I was wondering if I might beg of you for safe passage among your domain, as you are the ruler of this bridge.
It comes walking up to the water line and leans forward. It's like, why you want?
Well, as you know, very few understand me when I speak. Still speaking the Sumerian.
Yeah.
But you do. It is good to be able to converse with one. He's just all courtly.
Yeah.
It's good to you to speak with you as one so versed in the old ways. And he's gonna, when he does that, he's going to speak with someone. He's going to speak with authority.
Right. Well, he kind of like rolls his shoulders a little bit. He's like,
So 18.
But why you want?
18. I need a home.
He's like,
place.
He's like,
In a place.
my home. I'm like,
Would you be willing to treat me as your guest?
Yeah, kind of paces underneath the bridge.
Noble lord of the castle. of the bridge.
Yeah, he paces from one side of the bridge to the other, staying rather at inside of the shadow of it. Like wherever the bridge is casting that shadow, he stays within that perimeter while he's walking underneath, pacing to contemplate.
And for anyone who's watching in our audience, you have to realize that Arad is 6'1", speaking with a 1 foot tall troll.
Yeah. Well, and then it looks over to where you're at after it has this moment to think to itself, what you bring. And its eyebrows go up against like, I want spoons. Like,
Spoons. Ah, yes. I have seen these things. It is a wonderful thing. I will bring you spoons.
and then it like breast back. It's like 3 spoons. You can be a guest.
For 3 spoons. Then I must acquire 3 spoons.
3 spoons.
May I have your name? For I
It's
have
like-
given you mine.
He's like, Snog.
Snog. Okay. Oh, great Snog. I shall bring you 3 spoons. For safe harborage. They home.
Well, you're having this agreement, and then the thing is like, good, like that, and then it sits down, does this thing where it leans forward, and it just looks like this lump of stone sitting underneath the bridge. But at this point, somebody behind you is like, oh, you must be crazier than I am, like that. He's just like walking off.
And he just goes,
Older gentleman,
Oh,
homeless.
it's like, oh, Snog, may I leave my things temporarily under your care and protection while I acquire your 3 spoons?
You don't see him move, but you just hear it's like, fine.
So he just takes it, takes his bag, his pack, and puts it into like an elevated area underneath the bridge that's hidden,
Right.
so that nobody's tempted to kind of.
Well, you put it up like so. You just raise it up to a point. There's actually not really a shelf, but there's like a deformation that's under the bridge, right? And you shove it underneath there where the support structure has kind of peeled away from the arch. But when you put it in there, you can see that part just kind of like roll in and seal like it was never there.
And he just kind of nods to himself and says, "Ah, good." And then he begins his primary task, which is to investigate the warehouses And while he's doing that, he says, "Ah, spirit of the net, can you tell me where to purchase spoons?"
Of course, this is going to be interesting because the second you ask for anything like that, it talks about like home and decoration, home decor, and all that. Hundreds of shops across the way, just so many that it causes it to just blot. You just get all these pins everywhere, from where you're standing, as close as even as little as like a mile.
I mean, does he understand the concept that things can be delivered?
Yes, but you have to have like a residence for that to work, and they would probably send it to your home, which is quite a ways up north.
Okay.
Well, it wouldn't be even to your home. It would actually be to the drop box at the local Central Park area for.
Yeah. Anything mailing. Okay. So he picks the closest place because he's just going to grab the spoons on the way out, the way he's doing. Doesn't want to forget it. So he picks the closest one, the one that looks like it has the fanciest of spoons, I suppose.
Yeah, not a problem. You find a good place, high quality. It's very interesting. You come walking in and you stand out, of course. Not just the fact that you're missing your arm, but your clothing and demeanor and the rest of it. I mean, you're walking into a place that has that sort of that look and feel like you're walking into a J.C. Penney. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you just kind of stand out. Everything here is sort of organized in such a way that it just marketing and advertising, and you can't see everything that a lot of other people see because you're not using any of that augmented reality with like monocle lenses or smart glasses or any of that other stuff. You're not really paying much attention to that, but and all prices at this point are not really inherently visible. But I mean, you just pull up your smart brace and just kind of take a look, and you can see that it displays what everything costs depending where you're at. You get into like home and kitchen and one of these like department stores, and you pick up 3 spoons. Are they going to be? Because you're not going to be like looking for an individual, or I'm sorry, you're not going to be looking for a set. You're going to be looking for 3 individual spoons for.
Yeah, three unique spoons, each looking different from the other, each of 3 different elemental materials. He's going through the old logic of 3 different materials, 3 different designs, 3 different, but all ornate.
Yep,
because he's establishing a very.
You find some high quality spoons, you actually shred up a good amount of dough on it. You're going to be, for these 3 spoons in particular, you're looking at something close to, about 45 credits just to knock it down. And it's not even that far of a walk from the park either.
Okay, so that's what he does, and then he gets that, and then he goes off and does the other thing. There we go. Just need to put that cost into my dwindling budget.
Yeah. Well, your what did you hide?
It was basically what he hid was his duffel bag that has like an extra pair of boots, an extra like some socks, underwear, an extra pair, 2 pairs of pants, and the plethora of metal T-shirts that
Right.
Puck
so just basic clothing and some other stuff.
Yeah, basic necessities. I mean, he can essentially build his own house if he wants to out of the natural materials of the area. He's not really concerned about that. He can hunt for the things that he needs to hunt, but I don't think he's going to find much prey in that
no. Bird,
nature
basically.
reserve.
That's about it.
Pretty much.
Birds and squirrels.
Which is going to be annoying to him. Because it's just like, no proper hunting. That's ridiculous. The notion. Like, it offends his positive nature. It's like, this is the problem of when you do this. Not good.
Yeah.
No proper hunting.
So do you deliver the spoons right away?
Since it's so close, he might as well. So he takes them and he comes back and he says, "Oh, great Snog, I have per offer," and he just flourishes the 3 spoons, one of different elements and of different nature, for your greatness.
Right. Well, and he, of course, springs to life from where he was before. You perceive him; other people do not. But when he sees that, he actually kind of merges to the earth underneath, kind of becoming like gravel. You just see him just kind of become this gravel, the same kind of gravel and sediment that you'd see on the other side, and then emerges on the other side of the bridge seamlessly, like he was coming out of a hole of a ground that didn't exist. But he's like, gimme, gimme, gimme.
They offers them. He gives them to him.
There's some chittering noises and some very excited sounds that he makes whenever you deliver the spoons. And he's like, all right, you can stay as guest.
You have my immense gratitude.
He's just like, like that, goes underneath and sits sort of sentry towards the side where you put all the things, all of your stuff that he's got hidden, and is like, come by whenever you like that, and goes back into his sort of stone, sort of inanimate form, where he's just kind of hiding out as a big rock.
All right. Well, at this point, now that he has a place that is surrounded by stone walls, which he sees as a fortification, in a forest that he knows how to defend himself, with a safe harborage and packed with a spirit which he knows can prove to be quite the hindrance, because of the rock trolls under the bridge being as territorial as they are. They're not going to fuck around with anybody that comes around. So he feels pretty happy about that. So now he is going to go and investigate the warehouse district.
And what exactly is it that you're hoping to find in said warehouse district? Since you're on the trail of Whitaker, I'm assuming.
Well, he's going to look for activity in the vampires.
Right, because I believe Brewster was pointing you in this direction primarily because of the fact that it was competition for his own business, if I remember correctly.
Yep. So he's looking for vampires, trafficking, any type of merchandise that within that area.
Well, all right then. Let's have. You're obviously going to want to be a little bit discreet. It's going to be kind of hard because anywhere where there's goods or, inventory of any sort, the security kind of hikes right back up. So you'll have security cameras on streets. You'll have security cameras at boundary points, entry points, stuff like that. You'll want to be trying to, depending on how you want to move it through, and it may be easier for you to manipulate and move at night. Not like that's going to be hard. I mean, you're pushing into the late afternoon, almost early evening now. And when you get to the warehouse, I mean, you're probably going to need, travel back. So it'll probably be night by that time. Everything will be illuminated, easily. I kind of forgot that you'd have to actually take transportation there.
You would have found a nice barbecue place because, werewolf meat.
Yeah.
I mean, so he found, a local place to eat. He's happy. He's just being his usual joyful self, just embracing existence. Enjoys chatting with the strangers who find him fascinating in his broken common tongue, or Night Cityan. he's referring to the language because he doesn't know it is either English or whatever. So however the language has evolved at that point dialectically.
Yeah, you just find a place called Cornell's Ribs and Steak. And obviously you're going to spend a lot of your time just kind of casually being positive everywhere, which, can throw people off. But, I mean, you spend the 45 credits on the rather good meal, as it turns out. And even though it's for yourself, I mean, it comes with a nice dark brew, and it has all of the actual barbecue elements to it, with the sweet and the hot mixed together with the savory. All of that kind of pushes together, depending on how you want to run it over. But the meat is done well, it's cooked well, and a lot of the actual place is just that sort of hole in the wall kind of a joint, where it's a little bit run down. It's got that softer lighting, but it definitely produces that local food that you would be very interested in having again at some point that's on the way to where you're going. And that said, you find yourself at the warehouse side of things within a few hours. And it is the evening, so you're kind of trying to get an assessment as to how best to approach this. Again, you've been around for at least long enough that you understand how the security works. You have been able to identify wherever you see the domes and the rest of that. You know where the cameras are, but you understand also that the mirror and chromatic sheens that they have, or the masking of it, allows them to be able to point cameras in directions without knowing exactly where it is. So you can't exactly tell where the security is looking. Makes it difficult to actually get close because you don't know where the camera's pointed, or if it moves.
So it did a. Oh. So he does a 19 awareness roll. So
Okay.
he's going to do kind of like what he was doing with. Oh my god. I need to look up names. I need to really review my stuff before I into Medina.
Yeah, Medina.
Like how he's tracking with Medina. So this is an awareness roll for scent. So he gets a +2 bonus because of predatory senses. So plus 11 to his roll. So it's a 19 for. He's smelling for the undead because it's always been the easiest way to
right.
track
You track it in the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. So that way he kind of. It's not that he is trying to avoid the cameras. It's that he can move through the crowded streets or the crowded warehouse area, like just as a pedestrian, and just using his sense of smell, identify things. So he's not being obvious. He just breathing. So all he's doing is breathing, and as he's breathing through his nose, he's scenting out. So I'm going to use stealth.
Yeah, you do need to use stealth. Yeah.
Disguise his intentions. 23.
Well, that's more than good enough.
And also to avoid being obvious.
All right. So you're moving. This is kind of a darker part of Night City, and I mean that in the more literal sense. Because of the fact that Daedalus is already industrious in its nature with how it was composed, you have the surrounding city and the skylights and all of that other stuff that's already happening. You've got jumpers crisscrossing in the air traffic up overhead. Many of the street lamps are actually pretty well functioning and working, and they project down some pretty hardcore illumination into the streets, making the traffic on ground a little bit easier. There are collections of people everywhere, sort of jam-packed into all the corners and dark places, alleyways, and some of these mega blocks are kind of righteously infested with all kinds of the disenfranchised in the street. What you do get when you cross over like the mouths of alleys and so forth is that the alleys are almost illuminated better than the main streets are, as they have people in open air, sort of almost like marketplaces, high frequency and kind of semi-dangerous because you can kind of get the illumination in there, but there's like smaller eateries and other areas that sell all kinds of odd goods. It's kind of like the past and the future crash together to create this sort of crazy system of barter and trade that operates at a base level and almost doesn't even use credits in certain parts. You're taking note that some people are actually just pushing things across, like you would get in funky open air pawn shops. Well, somebody might shove something like rounds of ammunition or another item or a slate or a piece of technology, and they'll get something in return. It's kind of back down to an old style, working relationship that humanity used to employ from earlier days. You've learned this from history because the bartering system was kind of new when it comes down to you. Like currency and the rest of it was just kind of starting to bubble into, because commerce and economy weren't necessarily as huge. It was more rules, right, and who had the power to make the authoritative call. But yeah, I mean, every so often you'll catch the security drones that are flying through the air. They're kind of monitoring things and tracking what's going on, and you kind of stay out of their path. You've noted where some of the security cameras might be, and again, sort of staying closer into the dark side of it, trying to keep yourself from being identified. Now, some of the stuff here is probably going to be more low rent. A lot of it gets much more difficult to do when you're in areas that uh, are like the corporate side of things, where they can actually identify tags just from having you getting caught on camera, that sort of thing. Um, but I mean, you stay close in. You're just lurking in these shadows and moving through it. People have a tendency to kind of leave you be. I mean, you're carrying a large weapon on your person. It's advertised. You don't have a firearm, but like that's not something that you really need. It's clear that you know kind of what you're doing, and the fact that you're missing a limb is also kind of an intrigue point. It means that you're willing to push through and feel confident. So again, more structure to your intimidation factor. Like people just kind of stay back, but it's not like you engage. You just kind of move through them like seaweed, just coasting right through it all.
That's all he does is his motions are kind of dancing, and even though he's kind of stealthing, he's in a good mood, which means his bells do ring in his hair.
Well, and you're trying to pick out the scent of something that you would know to be, you know, cursed in some fashion or another. It does eventually hit when you've been on the prowl for maybe an hour and a half trying to find any sign of it. And this is generally how hunting or tracking goes. It requires a lot of patience, a lot of time, and just kind of waiting for the right thing to emerge. Sure enough, there is that sick, sweet sort of decay smell that underlies everything else, and you can kind of follow that. And you get to a point where it becomes much more pronounced, a lot more condensed. Seems that you're moving out and away from where the warehouses are, but as a neighboring set of mega blocks begins to loom and you're approaching it, it looks like you're hitting a more entertainment-oriented part of the city, or this sector of it, because you can see that there are bars and other kinds of clubs and late-night shops and that kind of thing that are starting to become much more prolific. And the people that have been huddling into corners and all of that sort of become more sparse. But you're starting to pick up that scent, and it's becoming much more apparent now with how it looks. It seems to be that there are collections of these beings sort of pushing together, and it's a smell that starts to overwhelm the natural part of, asphalt, oil, and that strange metallic electric kind of aroma that you've kind of become used to when it comes to Night City, where all the vehicles and their power cells and all this other technological stuff sort of converge together to make this really sort of almost ozone slash metal slash something else you can't really put your finger on smell. But it's ambient and it's always present.
Okay, so we're going to do another stealth roll of, 23. For him the bells to stop ringing.
Right.
And for him to blend in utterly with his environment, because now he's hunting.
Right.
And what he's looking for, and we're going to do another awareness roll because of sight and smell. So he's going to gauge his sight and smell so I guess we'll do tracking as well. So we'll do a tracking and an awareness roll with that to find an isolated target. He's looking for the weakest member of the group to potentially acquire information about Malcolm Whitaker. So he's looking for a weaker prey.
Yeah.
We'll do the awareness roll first, and then we'll do the tracking to enhance that. Here, based off of what he. Awareness is 11 with the enhanced senses. So 20. Oh, well, he critted.
So that's 21 on the die so far.
30.
Yeah, and then some.
And then I need to really bump up some of the stats to get his tracking up. That's going to be one of the things that I do with him in the end. Well, that's good enough. 16 for tracking.
Well, you start to come close to the area here. You've got a cluster of individuals, a mixture of those who are cursed and a mixture of those who are definitely not. It kind of blends together. At face value, there's no real determining factor between the two. You can see that there is a very human bouncer that sits out right outside of one of these bar/clubs. And it's not the kind that you go to just have a rave and bounce around. It's actually a meeting place where there are a couple of floors that allow for, seating, eating, drinking, all of that. And then the bottom floor has a more widespread layout that allows for things like pool and darts and some of the things you'd find at a bar that would be normal, with screens pushed up allowing you to watch sports or games or news or whatever it is that you find yourself in a fancy for. It's just an all-around meeting place that fits more kind of like a modern-day pub in a way. But, like I said, the bouncer's up in the front. He's actually kind of a lanky-looking fella who's, not a suit, but he's wearing just a tight t-shirt, good jeans. He's clearly got some kind of a weapon on his person, but he's got it snapped in so it's not easy to just draw off of his person, and he's watching everything very carefully. Of course, your proximity to the place doesn't need to be terribly close, especially with the angle that you have. You're adjacent to the street and just kind of monitoring how this all fits together. Within the bar and and the small crowds that are sort of hanging out in the front and inside, you've got that, like I said, that sort of clean mixture between those of the cursed blood and those who are human. And you can see that they're commingling without, which is kind of what a vampire has always been able to do. It's, trick and deceive and make it possible for, people not to notice. But as far as weaker prey is concerned, they all seem to be kind of in a general sense of the same ilk. None of them seems to project a presence of power or prestige. They're all sort of a commonwealth type vampire. But, like I said, what you will notice that probably slips a lot of mind is that any one of them that are a vampire do not have that sort of metallic, cybernetic type look to them. They don't ever have that. None of them do. And so they stand out almost impossibly to your vision. Like there's a distinct contrast between those who are human, because they often usually have cybernetics of some kind. And you can see where there's like ports, or there's mild deformations of skin and flesh where things have been modified, or more overt signs like maybe they have a thump to the sound of the way they walk on the street. There's just a lot of indicators that indicate cybernetic enhancement, and no vampire has that.
And he kind of chuckles to himself as well. It says, "Oh, how the mighty have fallen." But then he gets sad for a minute and says, "But I guess we all have."
Yep.
Because he knows about his own opinion of the state of the people. Now, he's still very much a stranger in how to blend in this modern environment. So he's just watching, because he recognizes this almost as a hunting ground for the cursed blood. So he's just looking at them, and he's looking for someone who potentially is going to be taking his prey off to go feed. And then carry over that stealth to, 1, prevent the feeding, 2, question in an aggressive manner the cursed blood.
Well, in this case, you find a few things of interest. No feeding happens outside that you observe for a while. You kind of sit, wait, and watch. Again, this is kind of the style of hunt, is that you take your time, you observe, you watch, you wait. You don't jump in both feet without having some understanding or knowledge of how this is supposed to be. And what you do observe is somewhat interesting, if a little bit intriguing on top of it, for the fact that no feeding happens outside. You don't see any of that. And they've had lots of opportunities, and vampires, especially early in the night, have a tendency to want to slake whatever thirst they have early so they don't have to work with it. You can't see inside the bar completely well. Like, you do know that it's 2 floors because there's larger windows that you can peer through from where you're standing out there in the shadow. And the same thing with the upper floors. You can kind of see that there's a lot of, a convergence of people, and, a lot of the patrons here. They all sort of hang out. And like I said, it's just this undulation that's been ongoing. Very steady stream. And you can hear some music on the inside that's kind of playing a little loud, but not too loud. But, for the most part, you're not catching anything that would actually strike you as being offsides. Nobody's being dragged out to any alleyways to be fed upon, nothing like that. But your suspicion is, if it's not happening outside, then it's probably happening inside, which would be of interest.
Which makes his hunt more difficult.
Yep.
So, at this point, given how difficult it potentially is going to be, he's going to stroll in.
You're just another customer.
Just another customer. So we're going to do another stealth roll to blend in and appear non-threatening. We're using luck.
What'd you get? Oh, you rolled a 1. Okay.
So we're making that not a crit fail. So because he's lucky, that's just 15.
Okay. You're muted.
Sorry, I was staging this one. And that's what the priest said. For our 4 viewers, just to confuse them.
So, okay. What we basically have here is you go walking into this place. Now, it looks really kind of nice in here. You're accosted by all kinds of aromas, a lot of them pleasant, despite the sort of underground and clear signs of what you would consider to be corruption.
I would say the only reflection of his botch roll that he used luck on was the fact that because of those smells and pleasantness, the bells start ringing his general surprise, but also delight at the kind of like this isn't terrible.
Yeah. Well, you've got all kinds of people, and they're just, they're drinking, they're having a good time. You can see that there's actually a general sensation of what you would call merriment in your perspective. There's people just having, it's actually in good shape. There's something about the place that just seems to have a lot of love thrown into it, despite the fact. It's called Brackerbane's Bar and Grill. That's where you're at now. The first floor, like I said, is a culmination of various kinds of gaming tables. You've got dartboards. You have the screens littered around the outside adjacent wall. You have a bar that L's on a section that kind of comes into the main part of the room, where there's a kitchen and some other facilities. There's also the bathrooms that are off to your left there. And like I said, most people just kind of acknowledge the fact that you're there. There is some modicum of security here. You don't see the domes, but you do see that there are bouncers moving through the crowds and kind of keeping an eyeball on things. They definitely have that look and walk of being either former soldier or possible mercenary, but they stand out in the crowd because you're just used to seeing the warriors in the bunch. If you can't recognize the wolf in sheep clothing, you're not much good as a warrior yourself.
Right.
So, yeah, but I mean, you're not accosted by anybody in particular. You see that there is some wait staff that's moving about, because you've got younger people that are moving through, taking orders. They hit it on their slate or whatever it is, but they usually deliver it out. And most of the surfaces in here, and I say most because not all, there are some old-fashioned style tables that just are tables. They don't have that interactivity that's built into a lot of the more modern stuff, and the high tables that cluster around the center part of this have all of that, and they're round with the high chair and all of that, so they can sit up and they can interact with certain sections, which are zoned out. You see the little outlines of where the interactivity, like the actual capacitive screens, are placed into it. But yeah, I mean, it's busy. There's actually a bit of you kind of get that feeling of a pleasant nightlife, which is again unusual.
Given his previous experience with the cursed blood.
Yeah. Well,
now, what's
huh?
Now, is the second floor visible, or is there just stairs going?
There's
up
a stair. There's a stairway that goes up, and it's in the back, past the bar, and you can see that it just allows people to go up and down. There's no VIP declared section or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's a big bar, and you can tell that it is very busy and quite popular. So, where do you wish to go?
So he just wishes to blend in, so he goes straight to the bar.
Yep.
And he just waits. He just waits pleasantly.
You see a younger woman. She's probably mid-20s, maybe a little older. She's got that blonde hair that's done up in a punk style, shaved on the side of the head, and it's been, like rowed over and comes down on the other side. You can see various kinds of like illumination underneath the skin, as there's some kind of luminescent tattoo type, almost circuitry style graffiti on her face, and she's wearing like the tighter shirt that reveals the midriff, but you can see that she's got like her nails are chrome, but they're slightly pointed like claws. But she's very, very effeminate with that like sort of the sharply dressed, like the shiny looking, almost pleather looking pants and the higher boots, and she just comes walking over. She's like, "What can I get for you?"
Ah, yes. Do you have honeyed wine?
She's like, "I don't think so, sweetheart. We got a lot of other stuff." And it's like, she just points to the back, like, "Whatever you want on that shelf." And there's also a bunch of draft over that way.
And he just smiles, and he looks at her and says, "What would you recommend?"
And it's just like, "You got a sweet tooth, sweetie?"
It is my preference.
And she's like,
although he likes a robust ale. I mean, let's be honest.
right, yeah, I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, she heads back and, grabs you up a drink that's going to be more on the stiff side of things. And she pours it out. It's layered. So you have, like, clear with green and then this kind of blue on top that kind of, like, creates this marbling effect.
Now, his eyes are just dancing with mirth and excitement because this is just so fascinating to him. He's never seen anything where somebody creates something like that. He's having almost a childlike experience with how gleeful he is. The bells in his hair. All right, his head's not moving, but the micro movements of his body are causing almost the bells to create a song of appreciation.
Right. Well, and she comes by, and she's just sort of like, it's like, "Here you go." Slits it across like, "It's called the power plant."
And he smells it, and
oh yeah, it's rich with alcohol, has that ripe sweetness to it. What is interesting is
his eyes flutter a little bit because he still has his hunter senses activated.
Mm-hmm.
So he's getting more of an experience than a normal person would.
Right.
So his eyes flutter a little bit, and then the bells jingle a little bit more happily, and he goes, "Ah." And he just like bends down looking at the layers. He says, "How much for this wondrous?"
She's like, "It's $7.50."
And then he just like slots off the he
right.
just holds out his arm.
You just do the whole thing like that. You just go like, you wave it over the top. You can see it like, boom, like that. It just takes that in there. She's like, "Thank you much. Got more coming if you want it." And then
it says, just fascinating, says, "The artistry."
And
you
she's
are
like,
"Very good."
She's like, "Thank you. Been practicing for quite some time now. Enjoy your drink."
And he just enjoys it, and he just takes it, and then we're going to do another stealth check just to kind of blend.
Yeah.
And move up the stairs.
It is this citrusy, sweet kind of flavored drink that really it punches right to the back of the throat in a way, but it's pleasant enough that it's not over the top sweet. Like, it doesn't make your head hurt whenever you like swallow it down. So it's got that mead like kind of viability to it. It's weird. She said she didn't have it, and it's not like she was confused when you asked, but she kind of got what your taste was from your request, which is also impressive. She basically created a drink that hit that level without going overboard, and she made a guess. It was a good guess.
So he's just enjoying the drink, and he does a stealth roll of 23. At this point, he's finally kind of absorbed his environment. So the utilization of stealth is in the sense of he is the hunter blending in to the human forest.
Right. You can also make an awareness. You got that 23 was for stealth, you said?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And his hunter senses are still active.
Yeah, no, not a problem.
14.
All right. So you're observing some things through, and it's like stealth-wise, I mean, you're just kind of like being nonchalant. Now, of course, stealth kind of stops it to a certain point. I mean, you're kind of pulling more of a disguise type motif, but you're just kind of blending in at this point. Do you have etiquette? I think you do, don't you?
Like 1 point in it, yeah.
Yeah. What you're trying to do is blend in culturally. That's what you're really up to.
Okay.
But yeah, you've got people that are talking. What's also your straight up magnetism? What's your magnetism at?
7.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because you look clean. You've got the longer hair. You have the adornment. It looks very unusual. You haven't done anything about your arm, but it doesn't take away from how you look. Like, you still carry yourself in a certain way. That being said, you've had while you're sitting here and sort of absorbing the terrain and kind of blending in as best you possibly are able to manage, you've taken up notice the fact that you do attract some attention, because there's been some girls that have come up and have talked and kind of just it's not that they don't have game, they just don't understand exactly who you are, so they get a little confused whenever they start talking to you. So you're kind of accidentally deflecting like some of the advances that are coming your way.
He's just being polite.
Yeah. But do you end up you're probably 40-50 minutes just kind of enjoying said drink. Do you end up getting another one in the meantime?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
And he understands the concept of a tip, so he gives her an extremely large tip because he thinks the nature of her beverage is very there. Excuse me 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know what that was for, but it was for me. So, yes. Like I said, you were kind of taking note of certain things. There is a bouncer, just one, who is obviously one of these darker immortals that has been sort of keeping watch on things. Your overall awareness was... You can roll it again if you need to.
Overall awareness was 14.
14? Okay. Yeah, you don't catch... you don't really catch him looking at you in particular for any reason, and he's kind of filtering around the crowd and just kind of keeping to the outside, monitoring things, just like all the other ones are. But yeah, you've got your second drink in hand. Now what? Doesn't look like there's any place in here to seclude yourself if you're looking for like areas to go private.
I mean, he's just going to explore the second floor. He wants to know what everything is, and then he's going to. And then he'll settle down into his hunt.
Right.
Just to kind of...
Well, you go upstairs. This is where the more diner, eatery type space is going to be allocated. You still have the music kind of playing over, the speakers and the rest of it. What you take immediate notice of is that there are multiple booths that line across, and they have privacy curtains. Now, when you're coming up this way and you're still kind of sniffing about, it's clear to you that you're kind of getting that sort of coppery type aroma a lot more up here than anywhere else. But you're not seeing any kind of direct feeding, but it must be happening somewhere. And then probably in a vague public situation as well. Because like I said, it's much more aromatically obvious up this way.
Mm-hmm. Is there any area that he notices that it's a little bit more? Do I need to do it? Let's do another awareness.
Well, I mean, if you point yourself in various directions, the aroma is coming from the outer skirts of the actual upper floor. A lot of where these booths and privacy curtains would come from is where you're picking it up.
So that's where he's thinking that the feedings are happening.
Right. Yeah. Anything that goes along those lines, that's where you would pin it, because it's in public but not visible. More fascinating than that is that you don't see any means of body disposal or anything like that, so it seems to you there's a lot more happening here than what meets the eye in general. Yeah. Nope, not that one.
So he's, at this point, very confused.
Right.
He just, at this point, no, I guess he waits in, like, the area so he can just eat. So he's gonna eat again. He's always hungry anyway.
Yeah, no shit. I hear that.
So I guess he gets seated by somebody.
Yeah. There's somebody that's sort of like, you can come over here and have a seat if you'd like. Basically, it's just that general casual, like, notice you came up and you're not really sitting anywhere and just kind of looking around. They're like, hey, there's a free table right over here if you want it.
Okay. Well, he takes the free table.
Yeah.
And he kind of just removes his blade and puts it in a location where he can get to it if he needs to. But at the same time, so it's out of the way, because he can't sit down and not have trip over shit. So he's trying to be courteous.
Anybody who's ever had a longsword, ever carried one, knows it's a pain in the ass to sit with.
Yeah, right. So he just makes himself at home and orders a meal.
Okay. Which isn't a problem. I mean, you get yourself another meaty type meal where it's like that meat and potatoes combination, where it's just kind of that rare steak with a side of like tots fries and other fried goods, which everything in Night City as far as the food's concerned, whenever you can get the real stuff, because there is the synthetic, but you always order the real stuff, which is hyper expensive. So, the meal on its own is roughly, 43 credits right out the gate, just because it's the real meat.
Okay. Right, deducted.
So, yeah, I mean, you're sitting there and enjoying your meal.
Awareness roll.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I think I'm enjoying this campaign because of how much rolling he has to do. That's just my...
Well, and also it's not jam-packed into a 2-hour stint where I have to basically just do the most important rolls, period.
Yeah, 17.
There's a lot of presumption that has to happen in the other one. Right, So you're enjoying your meal, and you kind of catch the scent of something much more fresh happening. There's been some people that have kind of come in and out. Some of the curtains have come closed, and you haven't noticed any kind of ill effect, but one of them actually has shut, and you do catch the scent of human blood in a much more pronounced way shortly thereafter.
I mean, at this point, he's kind of confused as to how to react.
Right.
So he's going to do a silent... He's going to do it. Do this first.
He's going to do a silent something.
He's going to do a tactics roll of 15. And he's going to entreat the god Enki. Hi, Enki. Because he's just like, he's like, I don't know what to do. This is like, it's so strange, so alien. that, I mean, he could burst behind that curtain and stop whatever's happening, but he's learned, as the stump of his arm indicates, the
Yeah.
consequences of rash action in this new world.
Right. Well, I mean, you're kind of playing onto it, and you can hear the sound of bells just kind of in and around the area that's not of your own make. But tactically speaking, and with a 15, I mean, your best bet, especially since what you're really looking for isn't so much looking for like ne'er-do-wells of the vampire community. You're looking for connections that go directly to these warehouses and the districts they're in and the rest of it, and you realize the complication of the problem that you're in now. Because while you sit and wait and observe the circumstances, you watch very carefully because you know which booth this is occurring in. It's not a copious amount of blood that you smell, not by a long shot. As a matter of fact, it's one that you would get from probably a deep cut that wouldn't be lethal, but the smell is bloomed in the room for a while, and then it dissipates almost, very quickly thereafter. So it's not that you got somebody who just barreled down, bit the neck, and left a corpse. It's somebody who more or less fed for a very brief amount of time, and then stopped. And when you see the curtain kind of coming open, there are empty dishes, plates, and things like that left at the table. The young woman, who seems to be somewhat flushed and actually quite... she's rather aroused at the moment, but the gentleman who is with her, you say gentleman in your own head, whatever the Sumerian equivalent might be, but the individual who's clearly a curse blood is walking with her, and he's punked out in the usual way, and he's kind of leaning on her. He's got that grin on his face like he's kind of happy about stuff. There is you can see the faint, very slight reddening of what looks to be a cut across the forearm. But it's not lengthwise, so less dangerous. It's not deep either. And it also seems to like it's almost healing of its own accord. So no bite mark or anything like that. But you can see that the both of them are actually very much entranced with one another, and they go moving through. And you're not picking up a sense of enthrallment. Like, it's not like he's trying to sit there and, like, get into her head and have, lose all control and just go for it. He was bloodletting. It's, in your head, you're like, some of this could be, like, thaumaturgical in origin. You know of rites and rituals where blood is necessary, and it was done sloppily in the sense that, cutting across those areas of the body can be dangerous, but it was done carefully, not professionally. So it's that weird middle ground where, areas that were being cut and things like that are dangerous, but it was done in such a way that it would stop some of that danger from occurring. Preservation of life was paramount, which is weird. You didn't think that was something that was even a thing. The other problem that you're presented with is that tracking them on foot might be kind of extraordinarily out of your skill set. Because you don't know who to ask. You're not sure who's flaring up and being, well, for lack of a better word, you don't know who's flaring up and being the bad guy to follow in these circumstances.
Are they currently leaving, or are they?
Yeah, they're on their way out.
Still?
Looks like they finished their meal and were feeling pretty good about it, and we're headed out of the bar.
He's gonna pay his bill.
Yep, done and
quickly.
Done. Yeah.
And he's going to ultimately he's going to be intruding himself upon their joyful moment. And he's being as courteous as he can. So I guess we'll do an etiquette roll.
Sure. Yep.
Oh shit. No, we're going to use the last of my luck. Okay. He's been unlucky since he's gotten into this world. So add the 9.
Okay.
So
Yep.
16.
Yeah.
Etiquette. So 16 etiquette. He just appears. He appears before the two entranced individuals.
Yeah.
And he says, I do not mean to intrude.
When you approach them, you do it out in the street or before they leave the bar? Where do you hit them?
In the street. Because
Okay.
he wants to get away from security.
Right. So you follow them for a short distance out, right? And then you do that. You watch something fascinating occur. You feel a sudden surge of power, something that comes from out of the, the more, I believe the profane was the material world, right? In our descriptions. Mm-hmm. Right. So you feel something of a sacred, but it's twisted. So you feel that same twisted sacred type element kind of pop in as a defensive move. The taller man, he stands maybe 6'2". He's well muscled and has that sort of pale pallor, almost almost bluish in its appearance, which is common to these types of people. But he puts himself between you and the girl that he was with, and you see a shadowy blade appear out of his hand from nothing. It looks like pure shadow for a moment, and then comes to a dagger from maybe 7-8 inches long, but it has a glassy sheen to it. And a moment thereafter, and he's like, "Hey." Like, he looks at you, which what are you? I think you're short, weren't you? I can never remember your height.
Well, here's the thing: is we went with the people not being typical.
Right.
Because
Okay.
the
Yes.
whole concept
I don't know why, but I have him crossed over as like Happy Wolverine, like
the Anunnaki and
mm-hmm.
and the ancient Nephilim being taller
yeah.
than anybody else.
Yeah.
So by proxy,
so you're about as tall as this guy, if not a little taller.
They were the super soldiers of the Sumerian culture.
Right.
Right.
I always have to ask, and I don't know why. For whatever reason, I just think of, like I said, I just think Happy Wolverine. So he's like 5'3" in my brain. I don't know why.
So with his etiquette of 16, he's still being polite and non-threatening. And he just says, I humbly do not wish to intrude. But I am confused and wish to ask a question.
He like looks over at his girl. He's like
he's being very courteous and out of
you look
place.
at
his behavior is always out of place when he's being courteous with
right.
Modern
well, because most people are very blunt and straightforward. A lot of that courtesy is kind of out the window. But it's been trained into you since you were a child. Hard not to have it. Which is exactly the point that you notice that this vampire is a vampire, but he must be young. Because he's got the same demeanor and mannerism that you'd get from somebody around his age. At the age of his appearance, right?
You are young for your kind.
I mean, he just kind of like tilts his head.
And yet, he looks at her. You protect her.
He's very confused. Like, he doesn't even have the ability to talk yet. Because you're, like, piecing this together like Sherlock Holmes out loud. And he's like... And also the fact that you didn't really react to this blade popping out of nothing. Like...
Yeah, like he thinks that's a threat. Anyway. It's like, oh, you're adorable. You've got a little pokey stick. Arad's general indifference to like threats is just hilarious to me sometimes.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, what do you want?
I wish to understand why do you protect your prey?
He's like, the hell? He's like, she's not my prey, she's my girlfriend.
At which point his eyebrows go poof.
Yeah.
And he says, what word? And he speaks in Sumerian relationship.
Yeah.
In Sumerian. So like all the spirits go beep 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 beep.
Yep.
He's just kind of like out of the vamp.
He just kind of sits back like this. He's like, what are you doing? Like that, pointing it at you.
And he goes, excuse. And he says it in spirit of the net. And he speaks it, and then he goes, relationship. Relationship.
He's just standing there. He's like, ready for this fight because you look like you can. This thing is just not staying in my ear. You look like you can handle yourself. And so he's just kind of like waiting for you to snap and come after him. So he's like as confused as you are.
It's all neutral.
Yeah.
He's neutral. He's like, It's like, and he looks at her and says, he has never harmed you.
Well, she just
When
is
he
like,
leaves.
she's just like, what, like, he looks back to her and is like, listen, I don't know what's going on here. Are you kind of like one of those weird religious nuts that's trying to sell pamphlets or something? Like, but he was like, are you on drugs? And it was like, and she's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course I am. No, he hasn't. Like, they don't know the line of questioning that you're putting towards at them doesn't compute.
So
it's clear.
he crosses his arm with his stump, like he's crossing his arms.
Yeah.
And he's not, he's just consternated. He's like, he's just like talking to himself. It's a cursed blood and a relationship with, because he says it exactly like the
Right,
auto.
yeah.
He doesn't know the
Full emulation off of his. Like, if everybody
They
talked
should.
like Google Translate.
yeah, with a human. Does your kind have other common relationships like this?
You know, the guy just ends up letting the thing go. He just does this, and you can see the vapor of shadow just dissipate completely. He's like, I'm going to go and take care of my night. I don't know who you are, but you're welcome, I guess. Just,
Well, I seek one of your kind, and wondering if you could assist.
he's like, pal, I just want to get home, okay? You stay here and be crazy. He just shakes his head and like puts his arm around the girl, and they start walking away at this point. Now you're, like I said, you're kind of left in this position as they step away, that you're hitting that cultural impasse. You don't quite understand it, obviously. There's another problem too, that you like tracking on foot seems to be kind of next to impossible. You're going to need to utilize a lot of what this world has to offer in a different way. Ivan might know what you would need next for the hunt to proceed in the way you need it to. Because right now, you're kind of like, again, there's no specific dyed in the wool, that enemy, this, that, like it's all blended together. And so it makes it impossible. And the other thing too is that, there's a strong lacking in comprehension as to how to do something like this without the foot part of it involved. Like your boots on the ground, always have been. That's how you function.
And at this point, he lets him go because he's still in this almost state of shock.
Yeah.
Like he could have pressed it with etiquette,
Yeah.
or he could have pressed it otherwise, but he's not going to do so because it's an innocent thing. He sees the innocence of the relationship. He sees the sanctity of life and everything.
Well,
else.
and
he
it's
has
clear that if he wanted to hurt her, he could have. Like,
yeah, and it's like he just lets them go. And he's like, ugh. So at that point, he goes back to the bridge
yeah.
so that he can, and then
You're talking
and
about
just
back
kinda
to the
sit-
park?
Back to the park.
Yeah.
He goes back to the park. He goes back to the bridge. And he just kind of sits on the bridge with his feet dangling off of it, just kind of staring off into the forest. And then he calls Ivan.
Right. So you do the same thing. You just voice activate it, obviously. And it's like, Arad, are you in danger of becoming technologically adept?
And he's- no, I'm afraid that may be beyond me at times.
Well, why are you calling? What can I do for you?
I have reached where I can't hunt, and this confuses me.
You can hear like Chuckles like, what are you trying? Is it about the whole thing you called about earlier today, that you were looking for vampires?
Yes. And he describes the situation that he just was in. They do not. They feed openly, and
I
in
wouldn't
a
say openly, but yeah,
relationship.
they definitely don't.
And he goes, relationship.
Yeah. There's again that pause right after saying that clearly is he's trying to process what the hell just came out of your mouth.
And he goes, it was new word for me.
He's like, yeah, I got it. Because you can see him on the, it's a holographic vid screen of Ivan. He's just kind of standing there with it right there in his, in the face. You guys are just kind of more or less FaceTiming. He's just like, okay, Rod. Yeah, I figured it was probably going to happen eventually. I mean, you could probably track strays all the time if you really wanted to do that, which you seem to have been okay at. But walk me through what exactly you're trying to do, which we can just say you kind of give him the details. Um, he's like, oh, I get it. You're going to need somebody who can actually do this stuff from the other side of it. He just nods his head. Somebody who's probably got the ability to get into some systems and use technology, which you can't do. He's just like, I might have some ideas. Yeah, I might actually have a few ideas that, in fact, that could probably help you out in a lot of ways. Somebody who's got the skills to be able to pull this off.
Yes, this new hunting. There is no true elegance. Not he doesn't use elegance. True art to it.
He's like, there's an art to it. Trust me. It's just not the kind you're used to. It's not out in the field, so to speak. It's in a chair behind a screen.
And he's like, I do not wish to place myself in. And he just kind of waves the stub.
Yeah.
That situation again.
He's just like,
I find missiles to be problematic. Bad.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, missiles are bad. Always bad. Let me just make a couple of calls for you. You just stay put. I'll give you a call back in just a moment, okay?
Yeah, and he's just sitting, and his feet are just kind of dangling back and forth, and he's just has this puzzled expression because he's just trying to digest whatever that was, because that to him was just like not evil.
Right. Yeah. It's pushes itself out of the binary and into the nuance. Right. Well, he's just like, yeah, I'll give you a call back in a few, Arad. Just stay put for a sec. The line terminates, and you're just kind of left there with the little babbling sounds of that creek and that bridge, and you're just kind of sitting there in the relative silence. I mean, you still got all the sounds kind of cacophonized in and around it, but it seems duller here, which is exactly the reason why it's pleasant.
And he's patient because he has no need for technology. I mean, he's not dependent on it.
Yeah,
so
well, instant gratification is a very new age thing.
Yeah. So he doesn't mind waiting, at all.
And that you do. So, yeah, it takes a little time, and you get the, your brace rings back at you, and you open it up, and Victor's like, hey, so it's been maybe like 30, 40 minutes, roughly speaking. And he's just like, I was able to put out a call for you since you're clearly looking for somebody who's going to have a certain nested set of skills that can help you with what you're doing without getting too technical, of course. He's got the capacity to be able to do what you're asking for and help you out at the same time. Is that a problem?
No.
He's like, good.
I have always trusted in our friendship.
He's like, that's not necessarily what I mean. Just making sure you don't want to try and run it solo. Some people get anyway, that's not the point. And he's like, he is asking for some credits, though, on the top because he does this for work. It's his job.
Well, whoever can give me, and he kind of raises his stub, can give me a hand in this matter. I would love that.
He's like, granted. All right, then. Well, he's
How
the one.
much? What is the cost?
He was saying that it's probably going to cost about $2,000 to start with. We've fronted some of it. He's like, he just holds his hand. It's like, I know what you're going to say. And it's like, we've already taken half of that cost so that you can do the rest. But depending on the risk, he might push it up a little higher. But he's trustworthy. He's done this before. He's a contractor. Always has been.
I do not wish to burden your wealth.
He's like I said, I knew you were going to say that. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so we're now down to, dwindling funds. He needs to get a job. 1317. After that's 1,000 spent.
Yeah.
And he says, ah, here you, and it's like just waves his hand to
Right.
just send the magic
It's a
spirits
little
on
bit of a
it.
beep boop, kind of like, of course, Ivan's just kind of like waiting for something as you're kind of nubbing around, and then he finally gets, it's like, oh, that's what you were doing. Yeah. All right. Either way, I've got some place that he's going to be. He's not in the Daedalus belt right now. As a matter of fact, he's much further south. He'll be at this location in the next couple of hours, and he'll meet you there.
What is the name of this hunter?
He goes by Rune. I have a feeling you'll probably appreciate him. It's just a gut feeling, of course.
I appreciate most things. Am I not breathing and alive?
He just shakes his head again. It's like, not exactly what I meant, but yes.
Well, as always, I am grateful.
You're welcome, Arad. He'll be there in a couple of hours. You should be able to make it if you take some kind of bus or train or something.
He'll take a train this time.
No problem. All right, let's go.
How much is that shit gonna cost me?
It's going to cost you 10 credits, like, to get to where you're going.
Thank God.
Hey, I'm making the money worth it. You know what I mean?
I really am kind of like the... to Arad, it doesn't mean anything, but as the player, I'm going, I need a job.
All right. So, you go pushing through Night City. You take one of the larger trains. It's only about maybe a half-mile walk from where you are now. You get to one of the E-train stations, and it pulls you across. I mean, you just hit the tag. It does the general charge for what you've got going on. You take one of the seats, and you can feel just like that. It slides across this rail at really high speed. It won't land you exactly where you want to be, but it'll put you well within walking distance.
So, I mean, he's, again, fascinated, just like he's in the flyer, but the fact that's going...
Yeah.
Oh, wondrous.
Yeah. I mean, you're watching, like, buildings are just going whoosh, whoosh, like they're passing by real fast. And this thing is extremely stable. Now, of course, the people and populace within it are a mixed band of okay and not really okay. You've got people that are just kind of like standing, keeping to themselves. That's the majority of them. There is a faint few that kind of look to be more interested than they should be. And then but most of it's in the more youthful type. There's not a lot of the elderly that are in here. It looks like most of those usually end up taking buses or things like that. But, you know, a lot of people do kind of have that harder, more, ground out of their life type of look to them. And, you know, it's kind of like that. There is some that actually sport, like the suit or the rest of it, but they try to keep themselves low-key, not trying to attract a lot of attention. But it's pretty much everybody just kind of keeping to themselves. But the train moves almost noiselessly across this rail on some sort of, like magnetic type situation. And so you're not feeling like the rumble. You just feel the smooth kind of like, and it's slippery feeling as you're moving along. When you get to your arrival,
enjoying himself. So
yeah. Plus, you've got a mostly full belly. I mean, your metabolism, man, will probably chew through a steak in a few minutes. But, you're not, like, barreling out of hunger or anything. When you arrive at the station, you're at a more western part of the Daedalus belt after having crossed, the Daedalus Tower, which is this massive statue for, one of these individuals that was responsible for its overall construction and layout. Let's go into something slightly different. This will be good. Yeah. But where you come down into the station, it's into a lower area, and you come stepping down because all these rails are pushed up above ground and they just coast right along. The place that you're supposed to meet is more of a restaurant or lounge. It's just called Lockwell's. It's a restaurant that kind of sits nestled amongst a group of other ones. Now, the buildings and structures out here are a little less. They're only 5 and 6 stories at most, so you're kind of in a less hyper urbanized area of Night City from here. When you come up to it, it's smaller, it's in good condition, and it smells absolutely wondrous. It looks like it serves a lot more fruit and veg and that kind of thing in terms of meals, but they do an eclectic kind of thing. It's almost got some a touch of almost an Indian food type place to it. But when you do come in on foot, you're right around the location where you're supposed to be at, expecting the same point. It took you about an hour from where you were to get to here, so no big deal as far as that's concerned. So you're on the western perimeter of the Daedalus Belt when you get to this point. So you only have a little while to wait, and you can probably order something to eat if you were still up for it. But you kind of hang out and sit in the outside area. It's warm enough. It's not like it's winter. It's more like late spring, early summer, if I'm not mistaken. So the air is a lot warmer, and it allows you to kind of sit outside without much trouble.
He's sitting there enjoying a tea.
And go ahead and roll an awareness. Right around an hour later, while you're enjoying tea and some other things along those same lines.
I gotta switch out something. I was messing around with stats, and I switched it to werewolf form. So let me go back, because that's going to change how his roll goes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's roll. Well, he's apparently enjoying himself so much he's completely and utterly unaware.
Yeah. Well, you hear a voice that's close by, extremely polite, has a thread of magic in it like your own, as a matter of fact. And the person stands shorter than you by a few inches, but you didn't know that they were there. What is fascinating to you is the fact that they have a mostly faceless mask on, and they stand out. Like, they stand out in Night City for sure. But what is more intriguing to you about it is the fact that he stands out in a way that's similar to yourself. The mannerism with which he moves, the functional etiquette with which he's treating you at this point, seems to be older in nature by a lot. And the outfit, his whole garment, is sewn in an old-fashioned sort of way, but it's done with this pretty profound level of embroidery. Multiple layers on his chest piece. You can see that it's, it's full sleeved, so it goes down underneath, but it has that part that goes underneath the armpit so that he can move freely with it, and it's got the nice fine shirt that's underneath that is longer and belted at the center. So it's got the flap that's at the front and the back with the slit up the middle to allow freedom of movement. He has higher level. He's got the boots that go up to almost the knee, and he sits very carefully. His frame is smaller, so he looks more wiry than anything else, but you can see that there's musculature and very strong gracefulness to his motion. What encapsulates that faceless mask he's wearing, as you can see eyes that are behind that. I gotta check to see. Alright, what is eyes for color-wise? Oh, yeah, there's actually, his eyes are yellow gold when he's looking at you through the mask, not cybernetically enhanced whatsoever. And the silvery blonde hair that goes around all the way down to about mid-chest in length, you can see the vaguely tipped, pointed tips of ears kind of protruding through them. And he sits and he just feeds his fingers together in a very sort of comfortable motion and sits in front of himself. But the coloring is
Arad's eyes are golden. That's funny.
Yep. Well, and again, these are kinds of things that when you're talking about spirit, they take on arbitrary colors. And the thing about gold in particular is that gold's sought after for a reason. It's considered to be close to divine. So having it show up in a creature kind of puts it there.
Mm-hmm. And he just turns and, says, "Oh."
And his hands are gloved as well. He's fully covered.
Okay. So he just looks at this stranger and goes, "Hello."
Where are you? Okay. He's like, greetings and good evening. He like holds up a gloved hand and it motions for something to be brought. I have heard that you are interested in my skills and you need assistance with a somewhat complicated situation.
Yes. I have come new to this world. You could say. And I do not understand how to hunt my prey here. Not without... And he kind of looks at his arm. Issue.
And he just nods his head. Well, hunting is something that I do well, and have been doing for some time. I've made a fairly successful business of it, and a contact pointed me in your direction. And you can see him tilt his head. Not human, are you? Like, he says it very low to the ground, like making just an observation, but he whispers it at a very low level so that it's not audible to everybody around.
And at the same time, we're going to do an occult roll.
Yep.
$12.
Well, I mean, it doesn't take much. You're not necessarily fully... He's Fey, but you don't know what kind.
And he just smiles and somewhat, and as he smiles, the bells kind of laugh for him.
Yeah.
And that knowing smile as he looks at him, like the and I know what you are, or to some extent,
Right.
Like everything
Well,
Gaz Demeter says, he knows.
Yeah. And it's just like he just nods his head in basically acquiescence of the fact that you guys have traded comprehension that neither of you are human. Because he looks like some people, if they've had surgeries or something cybernetic or corrective, like he's got that appearance that he could easily fit under those circumstances, but it's not corrective. It's natural. He was born this way. Huh. Hey, Melf. Welcome. Thanks for the sub, man. 11 months, almost a whole year, dude. Well, that pretty much says it.
I have nope. Just gonna leave that one there. Just gonna. Yes, it was funny. Thank you. So as I pet the void,
Yeah.
that's hilarious. I'm looking at the screen. It's like you can't see Neff's head.
Nope. All right.
So-
Well, yeah. Like I said, you both acknowledge the fact that neither of you are human, but leave it at that. This prey that you're after is vampire in nature, but not just
Yes.
vampiric. And you're not looking for just one. You're seeking a means of, well, disruption.
Yes, my prey is Malcolm Whitaker, a powerful lord among its cursed kind. To meet my accord, I must destroy this thing. And he's thinking of the word, he's trying to think of the word, power. Business?
Yes, it seems like a move. I am mildly intrigued as to who hired you to perform the act, but I suppose that's not necessarily relevant. Malcolm Whitaker. He's something of a local here. Obviously works and distributes goods and other things under the guise of legitimate business, but is a black marketeer.
So, illegal. Yes?
He just nods his head. Illegal. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Someone redeem some points. Easy encounter.
Yep.
As Melf goes, no talking.
Your purchase is acknowledged. I need lunch entertainment. All right. So he just nods his head again. He's like, I understand. So, that being the case... that being the case, we're going to have to take into some measure his holdings and some of his activities. And you didn't have the means by which to track him in those cases. I can help you with that.
I do not hunt the way of this world.
I suspect not. Either way, I'm more than happy to assist, given the fact that your preliminary payment was made. And he leans across the table, and the tea is there. He takes a sip, and he acknowledges the fact that it's good. Now, the faceless mask, for the most part, like I said, it kind of encompasses. There's no strap or anything. It just seems attached to his head. But it leaves his mouth free, so he's not muffled and he's able to drink or eat or whatever. He's got the fine angular lines, definitely clean shaven, all of that. And it's almost like he's stepped out of a masquerade ball in a sense. Like his look and demeanor, it's very Victorian in a lot of established ways. Because, like I said, his surcoat has those I don't know what you'd call them, but they're the strips that come across, and it's the well buttoned going around the outside, like old-fashioned, like really, really, really old-fashioned. But it's like, I have a means by which to accomplish what we should do for a starting point. And the reason that you might have had trouble if you were trying to go from ground is that he's one of the, well, as you say, a lord, or something to that effect. It's profound that he's not going to find himself on the main street or in a public viewing point that makes him more vulnerable. He's going to stay hidden and behind closed doors. I suspect, he looks where you've got your weapon still nearby, that you have a certain set of skills that are much more direct.
Yes. Before, and he just kind of gestures to all of humanity at this point. Before these times, things were easier.
Well, the centuries have passed, and complexity seems to be the one inborn trait that constantly reiterates itself. Of course, like, that level of conversation is probably a bit... You'll have to... But, the general gist of it is like, yeah, stuff's kind of screwy now, is the contextual meaning that you can derive from that. Where he's like, so, I suspect that we'll probably want to move quickly. And if we wish to dispatch your target with any means of success, we'll have to wait until daytime to do it effectively.
I must trust you, and I must trust.
Well then, he takes the last sip of the tea that he had there, and yours is pretty much down and out, but he's like, I suppose that we should probably get started.
Excellent. And he does that kind of like almost one-handed clap of just confirmation.
Yeah.
Oh, it just taps the table like clapping.
Yeah.
As I basically move my hand because I'm petting the cat at the same time, and just fur just went up with my hand.
Yeah. You're like... Yeah, I know. That's why I saw it up in my screen a little bit ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. No, that earlier in the stream, I was like looking around. There was just tufts floating in the screen. I was like,
yeah, it's because Neff is like sitting in my lap, just enjoying the crap out of his pets. So,
damn straight. Well, either way, he steps away from this restaurant. You can see he has a slate, not a smart brace, and he's working through. So he's moving very quickly for what he's got going on, with some very measured compunction to it, and he guides his way through. You can see that there's certain things that kind of pop up, and an image appears You have a man who's probably what appears to be in his mid-30s for the most part. He's got the more rugged features, 5 o'clock shadow. He's, but the stylized 5 o'clock shadow, not the kind that's left from lack of maintenance, but one that is, manicured in such a way that it stays that way, so it looks good. Short shaved on the sides with the nice haircut that goes over the top, business type appearance to it, and it looks like he is known in smaller circles for, as his own entrepreneur. In your case, an independent businessman is the best accumulation of understanding you can put to it. But this information is just kind of populating all on its own while he's kind of moving through. And you haven't stepped more maybe than a whole half block before he has a lot of that stuff kind of pulled down. And he's like, it would appear that Mr. Whitaker is entrepreneurial, independent in this case. He might have a local estate somewhere. I would imagine he's probably got several properties, not just one, which will make that more interesting. And likely he won't be on ground level if he does. Makes it too easy for entry. We're probably going to want to catch him when he's on the move somewhere then. A daytime ambush is more difficult if he's close to 30 stories in the air.
Well, how do we do this hunt?
We have to learn his movements. This is where the actual hunting part of it comes in. You were just lacking a point of reference, I think. And he just kind of pushes it through. He's like, I don't necessarily have your tag. Do you mind providing it to me?
He just does it
Yeah.
nonchalantly. He has no
Yeah,
reason not to.
he basically just holds up the slate and he just hits a couple of buttons. He just nods his head. He pops it through and you can start seeing the file populates that he was needing from here. All right. Combat sense awareness, sir.
Okay, let me just remove this. As I shed. Well, I mean, it was right in front of my keyboard, so I just can't do anything about that. Okay. $18.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, you pick up on something that's in the nearby area, and it doesn't look good. As a matter of fact, there's a group of people that are moving down the street that look, a bit high on life. A little too high on life, as a matter of fact. They seem to be in a manic state of a sort, and they're hurling some empty bottles of booze out into the street, making catcalls, and they kind of come around this corner as you guys are nearing it over and begin pestering certain individuals that were just standing there from a moment before trying to look invisible.
Mm-hmm. I have to let said cat out. Give me a second.
Do it.
All right, your Lord and Majesty. Yeah, we all hear you.
Okay, easy encounter up and coming. Looks like we got some thugs on the corner of the street who are going to try and make things a bit difficult for others.
Sorry about that. The
You're
moment
good.
you move and then you realize, coffee.
Yes, that happens to me too often.
Anyway, so
Yeah,
he actually starts to get that predatory smile.
right. And he looks. You can
And then
see that
he
Rune
goes-
looks to you at this point as you both notice what's going on up ahead. He's like, "There are 6 assailants. Shall we experiment?"
I must. My way of handle? Yes, handle. He's like, my way of handle is not. What is word? And he uses the word He uses Sumerian word, and and basically his brace goes appropriate.
Mm-hmm. And he's just like, I'm certain that they're going to be uncooperative, but we're not going to be able to bypass them without doing this. And you actually kind of notice something about Rune in this particular case as he's moving towards them with definitive purpose. It seems that he's kind of good-natured. Because you've dealt with mercenaries and the like before who usually just depend on coin and that kind of thing. But, you know, it appears to you, just if... Roll me a human perception, actually.
7.
Well, I mean, you could... Well, I mean, it's not just 7. What do you...
Wait, he doesn't have human perception.
I know, but you're going to have to roll it against his core stat anyway.
Oh, core stat is... Okay, let me do that, because I need to get in the habit of it. I always forget to add the core stat. Empathy. Yeah, well, he has empathy. So it's 14.
Okay, yeah. That pushes it just above the threshold I needed. So, you can tell that he is not a fan of, like, ill intent. He actually is... He's got that air about him like he's a subtle vigilante of a sort.
Ah. And he's going to spend 1 SFR.
Okay.
Oh, come on. What's happening here? Numlock go off? Yeah, Numlock was off. Dumb. So, true form of the people. So as he just kind of tilts his neck to the side, smiling, eyes closed, and then the slight glowing runes start to move upon like the naked flesh on his arm and up his neck. Very stylized and artistically crafted, and it's all cuneiform.
Right.
The blue glow of cuneiform as he takes on the true form of the people.
Right. Well,
His
you
full
all...
werewolf form would freak the shit out of everybody.
Right. Well, you both approach this crowd of, you know, like restless looking little punks. And when you get up close, they just take notice. It's like, one of them turns around and is like slaps the shoulder of one of the other guys who's been pestering this poor girl that's on there, along with her, probably her significant other, who are just, like I said, trying to remain invisible. The second they get distracted, the two of them kind of check the street and move out, and just get, sort of like half sprint across the crosswalk as you guys approach. And Rune still has his fingers leafed in front of himself, just hanging in a relaxed position in front of him. And he's like, no need for this to continue. We can disperse now, or we can help you with having a better night, asleep.
And as he finishes that sentence, he just seamlessly follows in the conversation with an authority roll of 19.
Yeah.
Which is, you do not wish to converse with us.
Let's see.
And the menace and the authority is very, very present. So he's still friendly, but his entire demeanor is an aura of, essentially, death and authority.
Right. Most of them lock stiff. They just kind of step back a little bit from there. But there's one guy who definitely looks like he's got a lot more gumption than the others and a bit too inebriated to stand by on that whole thing. But he's like... Or what? Like that. He's broader. He probably stands maybe 5'9", somewhere in there. He's definitely got some heavy, like, cybernetic enhancement going on. You can smell it on his person as he's standing there. The other grunts of his, the other 5 individuals that are with him, all kind of share similar markings that come up on the neck here. They're not the same, so it's not like a gang or anything, but they seem to be like a collective group of, just people that love to hang around and sort of terrorize, or your general feeling about them is that they're just here to screw around, but their intent is definitely sour. And they kind of bolster a little bit whenever he starts to approach. You've found the leader of the pack.
Where are you reading that? Oh, of the group. Sorry.
Yes.
Readings.
No. Yeah, you found the leader of the pack, the people you're facing.
Give me a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Commercial break, children.
Yep. Okay.
So the moment he says that is the moment that Arad moves. So he's going to take, it's almost like a claw attack.
Yeah.
Because he's just using his fingers like that. And he does this kind of subtle shift to the, so he moves forward to distract and uses his arm like it's like a thrust. But just before point of contact, he moves off center.
Okay.
So he's going forward, moves off centered, and then strikes right around the heart with his claw.
What's the intent? Are you trying to like murder the man or what?
Just basically knock the wind out of him.
Okay.
Just basically disable from the get-go. Just to basically, yeah, you may be enhanced, but you still breathe.
Right. Well, in this case, yeah. So you can go ahead and make your strike. Let's see what we got going on.
And
he moves a half second behind you. So as far as the rest of them are concerned.
Yeah. So it's basically two quick strikes. So pop, pop. They move aside. To just knock all the breath out of his body. Okay, so that is...
Make those rolls!
I was about to roll in the Twitch chat. I'm like, I need to bring up the other chat, please. Which is, the other thing is he has AP too.
Yeah.
As a side note.
Right, yeah, if you're trying to puncture his body, yes.
Oh, I'm not puncturing his body. He wants to...
Yeah, you're just hitting the guy, trying to knock the wind out of him.
Okay, so 31. And then a fail.
All right, so you hit him the once. He goes flying so hard back that the second movement, literally, you underestimated your own strength on that one. You just went, boom, he's like that just goes fluttering back almost 10 feet, rolling across the sidewalk. So the second strike just hits air. But he looks like he did a couple of jabs, and he just went teetering back. Now, there was somebody that was standing directly behind him that got knocked off balance and out of the way. Of course, the other four that are not, left unstable react almost immediately. Given the fact that now violence is on the table, you can see that they pull forth, like, you see one has a club, one has some sort of smaller, kind of like taser type thing, because you can hear the arc of electricity coming out. Another guy has a knife. Like, it becomes this whole different situation where they go to defend the guy that just got knocked back, kind of pushing at it. You have two in front of you and two in front of Rune. So, like, the two of them will try to come after you in an attempt to strike you down.
Well, at this point, he will do a quick draw parry.
Yeah, it's the one with the extending club. It's because you hear that shick like that as it comes out, and he goes to basically wallop you over the head.
Okay. So we will go to parry. You want me to use my fencing, correct? Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna use your martial art, whatever it is.
Okay. $26.
Nice. All right, so you go to parry. It actually manages to come just before your guard, smacking you in the arm and wrist. And you can actually feel the impact as it goes through. It's not an enhanced impact, but He got you. He actually was just fast enough that he managed to hit it. Which, your natural armor is 14, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he managed to hit you for 4 damage with that little asp.
Okay.
Right? You're like, interesting. If you couldn't tell, he rolled a critical.
Yeah. So his grin. I mean, if he wasn't grinning wolfishly before, he is showing full fang.
Yeah.
And the rune and the cuneiform on his flesh seems to almost brighten with his amusement as the bells start to actually almost sing in his hair.
Rim shot.
And he's looking at this person full on. So let's put intimidation within his.
Well, you still have the other guy who's going to be throwing a strike at you to deal with, but yes, we'll incorporate that when we roll back around.
When we roll back around, yeah.
Yeah.
I just need to look up the totals.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one, just make a secondary. Actually, no, you don't even have to make. The other one's attack is very sloppy because you can hear the chittering buzz noise of that taser going off, and you can predict its movements. So you get the struck. You're basically standing defensively.
29.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you just basically pop backwards. The other blow goes wide. Now, of course, you're still kind of keeping an eye on Rune because whenever your sword's out, your reach goes quite far, and he was pretty close. So you have to be tactically sound with whatever motion you're doing so you don't accidentally cut an ally. Of course, this is just training whenever it comes down to your swordsmanship. Yeah, I gotta see what they roll against him. Not good enough. They come rushing straight for Rune. The one with a dagger comes in close. Rune just kind of like moves off to the side. It's like he barely even cares. He just kind of floats off to the side as the knife goes, as the man overextends. His partner, trying to collaborate and come up, comes around the other one with this sort of sweeping strike at a set of brass knuckles, does a swing. So he does this, and then he just kind of like bows his head. It's almost like he's in court. Like, I kid you not, like he just bows his head like he's acknowledging their, like... It's just a polite bow. Like, he's just going like, excuse me. The other man ends up clobbering the dude with his brass knuckles at the side of the head. Because of where they're at. But it was elegant. Like, truly elegant. He didn't even raise himself up in any kind of defensive posture. Just literally moved to the side and bowed, and the other guy just struck his friend, sending them sort of sprawling. Which now happens to be Rune's attack, since he was a little slower than you. The one with the knife who's just like shaking, it's like, ah! Like that, fucking idiot! Like that, and comes into Rune again, but before he can react, there is this, he goes in for like a cutting sweep. Rune just goes inside of his guard, takes the fist in the hand, and does this incredibly swift spinning motion, and the guy's feet are in the air as he goes tumbling down the street in this kind of like rolling tumble, just like that, and he's just standing there again, still just leafing his hands in front of himself, waiting. But the guy went flying like almost 12 foot before he hit ground. Like the throw was elegantly used. He just full-on counterattacked. Now it's back to you at this point with the facing off the two of them.
Well, at this point, his guard is like this. So because of the confined space with the people over here that they were harassing, he's confining his. He's almost doing like he's keeping the sword he's not
tight.
Fully extending the
he's keeping
the motion. Tight. He's keeping his arms so close, but he's still moving fluidly because the blade's long enough that it can still do what he needs it to do. So, what are his closest targets?
You still got the two of them kind of looking very hesitantly at this point because your blade's humongous compared to what they've got going on. And you didn't even shriek out in pain whenever the guy hits you. You were impressed. Not sabotaged with pain or agony or anything.
And he's still. So we're gonna do the intimidation.
All right, go for it.
I had this. Okay, come on. I can do. Really? I can type. So just a 10. So he puts a little bit more intimidation and he goes, "Ah, shall I take you seriously now?"
They just kind of like look at each other, not really sure what to make of it. They're hesitant, but I mean, it is your go. So how you would like to proceed, sir?
Well, I mean, he's learning that this may not be as lethal, and he's going to take cue from Rune. So
Yeah.
he almost rolls the blade in his grip, so it's the false edge. So it's not actually bladed,
Right.
except for like the end tip.
Right.
So he takes the false edge, so it's just a steel club at this point.
Yeah.
And then he moves. Wow, that's funny. 24 and 24.
Wowzers. Yeah. They literally can't see you coming. They're so slow and so incredibly out of sorts. They're out of their league. 100%.
So his stub is just kind of like here.
Yeah.
His stub is here, and then he just kind of moves, and he rolls the blade up into like the free-floating ribs.
Yeah.
And cracks it up here, pulls up here,
Ugh.
and then as he moves, he just flicks the blade down. Because I'm trying to do that motion, flicks the blade down upon essentially the collarbone.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah,
the
I
other
got what you got
individual.
going on. Right, so you just basically go up, down, like that. It's like just with a simple rotation using the false edge of your sword, and you basically hit them. You go for 2 strikes, both of which actually make their way through, since they didn't really even have a guard up, as far as you could tell.
22 damage with AP2.
Right.
But he's not piercing. He's not
right.
piercing, so no AP2.
Right.
So
in this case, what you're doing is you're just doing lethal, like less than lethal, or you're trying to anyway, so they don't get killed. But holy crap, you hear those bones crack, and they both drop. They're like that, and they just kind of land. They're just moaning on the ground at this point. And the one who has recovered himself comes to rush you at this point. The one who got staggered from the impact earlier. Yep.
One moment.
Yep. Good music for silence. Yeah.
All right. Just had to coordinate some things.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, hard out of 6 tonight. So we can continue until then. That's nice. Just the concept of playing that long is just... Anyway. Slightly enraptured by the notion.
Yeah, here we go.
But yeah, no, he does that, and his head's cocked to the side. The bells are just singing a merry tune, and he is just smiling. He's not quite laughing because he hasn't gone to lethal intent.
Right. Well, okay. So like I said, the one who was like staggered for a half moment after you basically knocked their leader through him has gotten himself put back together again, and he's just got what looks to be more of a fight-capable kind of element to him. He comes in more like a pugilist, trying to get inside your guard, even though it seems to be really stupid to do that. But you've noticed, again, that they're kind of high. They're very drugged up, so decision-making is not the best right now.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other threatening targets besides him?
Not at the present moment. Like, the leader is getting up, and it looks like Rune is making an approach.
Okay. He'll be doing parry.
So you're just making your defensive checks at this point, because it's switched over to that.
Okay. Yeah. So the first is the defensive block, so the parry, and then the riposte.
Yeah.
which he'll do the counter. Are you fucking kidding me? I haven't been adding the bonus to that. Seriously. Apparently, I hadn't been adding my fencing bonus, by the way.
Well, you have to be adding some kind of bonus because 21 base is huge.
He has
Like, what's the martial arts skill total?
21.
Okay, that's what I thought.
21, and then the fencing has a +2 bonus when involving attacks with a sword.
Okay.
And I hadn't been adding the +2.
Either way.
Okay, I just mentioned it. Okay, so parry.
All right, no problem. I mean, you basically just kind of move and shift. You're kind of playing at this point because the guy he's cutting into your.
It's like 3s across.
That's
the board.
all it's been. Yeah, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, at least. Yeah, there's been 5 rolls, all 3. So yeah, I mean, you're kind of playing at this point. He comes inside. Like I said, decision making is clearly not there, but he's got some semblance of skill because he's throwing these punches in ways that would like go for your arm, go for anything that would kind of try and attempt to disarm or grapple. But you're just able to keep that distance on him without even trying hard. Rune is able to get up to the bigger guy. He's kind of getting himself up. The man tries and attempts as some kind of like defensive attack, more or less, just trying to swing and move. And the way that it is handled is very interesting because the guy just does this like straight on jab, and Rune kind of moves in such a way that causes his balance to completely topple, where he goes shifting really low and inside. So the man throws the jab, Rune comes in quick enough that he just slides a leg in between the bigger man, where he's in between his own, and just shoves his shoulder in to stand straight up, and it has that motion where he just goes, and you see it again, the guy just goes like that, and right onto his back, and you can hear the wind get knocked out of him again. Like... and of course, your riposte is now. You're on the top again.
All right. $28.
Yeah.
And he'll hold his second attack as a counter.
Right.
So his second attack is being held as a counter strike.
No problem. I mean, how do you hit this guy the first time?
Well, I mean, he's punching, so he's just going to hit the collarbone. Well, the sword's down.
Yeah.
It was in a down motion.
Mm-hmm.
So he flicks his wrist so that the false edge is up again. And then he just sidesteps and cracks the knee.
Okay. Oof. Yeah, I mean, the guy just screams like immediately and goes straight down to the concrete. No way he's resisting any part of that. And whenever you get to, like, you look up, of course, because this is, you're looking for anybody else. But Rune stands over the top, like you said. He just knocks into this guy, and it was done through leverage. Hardly any strength was necessary or needed to employ for, like, the way that he had moved at this point. But he hits like this, and you see something from within the sleeve, like the heavily like carpeted area. He just draws a sidearm and points it directly at the other man's head. He just pulled it out. It was a pistol, just hidden in the front of his shirt, concealed there, and just pulls it and holds it there, just standing over the top of him very casually, with just the weapon out in front of him. And the guy just looks up from where he's at, and he's like, ugh, like that. He just sounds like, take your people and go, just go, like that. And the guy just is like, leave, just let's get the fuck out of here, like that. And it takes him a minute, especially since you crushed the knee of the one guy, but they haul his ass off in a limp, and they get out, and it takes several while. You can see him stuff the weapon back into his surcoat again, and he stands there just leafed and ready, but he's like, You're skilled. Very skilled.
He sheathes the sword and goes, "That was quite fun."
And it's like, vagrants. They're everywhere. It was fun, wasn't it? Like that, he just kind of looks to you and there was...
Again, as Melf said, wolfishly grinning.
Yeah. Alright. Push it back to that. Okay, he's like, well, seeing as how we've prevented far worse trouble at this point, I think we need to start strategizing how we're going to get your actual prey.
Well, at that point, he just looks at the couple that's just been there.
Well,
the
they basically, yeah. Well, they were sprinting out. Like I said, they got started moving across the cost rock.
Okay.
Yeah, they were getting the hell out of there because they didn't know exactly how that was going to turn out. But that happened so fast, within 6 to 7 seconds. They're still just kind of like watching the whole thing as you guys had dispatched like this group of 6 people in very short order, and they just kind of like moved quickly out of the way. But I mean, they kind of saw it and got the hell out.
Okay. Oh, he was just going to be courteous and wish them a wonderful evening.
Well, you could probably still do the same thing with some sort of a bow or nod or whatever, but, I mean, sort of that sort of distant send-off.
He just goes, he does this, he does that, he does this, and waves.
Yeah.
being Arad. And, yeah,
Thanks
so
for the alert, buddy.
Yeah, so he just, he regenerates that health. Because that's what
Yeah,
he
it
is.
was already regenerated on the second run. Like, that's
okay.
Yeah, like when your health had regenerated a whole health level by the time you were making your second series of attacks.
Yeah, and by the way, this is terrifying.
When he's not in form, his martial arts is 16. When I switch the numbers to form 1, it bumps up to 21. That's dumb. Sorry, it's stupid. It's
Yeah, it's a bit pitched. Like I said, it's one of those things where it's like, and I have to look at the street level werewolf, make sure things. But Arad's a special case; he's custom, so
yeah. But it's like, I forgot the bonus. Like it fucking mattered.
Well, they were 13 and 15, like for base, so
Yeah.
they weren't able to even break across. Like the rolls weren't good enough; they couldn't even break across. Like it was, I was rolling to see if they critted again, but
Yeah, because that was funny.
Yeah, guy got literally a lucky shot.
I need to remember that regeneration thing because I keep on forgetting about it.
Yeah. Ooh, hello, Dishonored. Oh, what's this? Oh, crap. We hit one of our Babel goals. Babel. Babel. Babel, Babel. Babel. Yeah.
Babel babble.
Babble. Babble battles. Like between babies. Have you ever seen one of those? Mm-hmm. They're the funniest damn thing ever. Just two babies babbling at each other. One is right about something, and one is convinced the other isn't. Let the battle begin. Alright. And we're doing pretty good there, Ronan. Doing pretty good. Alright. So, yeah, at this point, it's a matter of finding out what your next move is going to be. So you've got some information about Malcolm Whitaker at this point, which can be usable, or at least useful, for getting more information about his daily routines and all the rest of that stuff, and likely where some of the money is going to have to go in order to, guarantee a better chance of success. Luckily, because he is a vampire, means that his restrictions are going to be pretty much to evening, and he probably won't be hanging around much during the day. But likely he'll have several places that he can be when daylight hits. what would Arad like to do in terms of determining his search parameters?
Well, what a rod would want would be to always attack a vampire when it's resting during the daytime.
Mm-hmm.
But he always knows that it's also, at least with the vampire lords of old, it would always be a fortress that protects the sleeping, or at least the.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Well, the question is, what fortress and where? Is the goal to find what those are?
Yes, that's essentially what it will be, is to find out where is Whitaker's fortress and how to bypass its defenses.
Right.
And to attack, to take his prey in essentially the day at its weakest state. So he's considering it from his old perspectives. Yes, it's dangerous to go into the bear's cave, but this bear is even more dangerous if you draw it out into its hunting grounds. And since Whitaker will always have the advantage in his hunting grounds, he's doing that kind of cost analysis.
Right.
To take the bear in its den, or to take it in its primal hunting grounds, where it controls the world. So he wants to basically, as he's communicating to Rune, is he wants to shatter Whitaker's perception of safety, because the vampire's true arrogance will be in its fortress. Like, I am secure, nothing can hurt me here, but it also leaves it open to more intrinsic opportunities for attacking.
Well, and more to the point, you have to find out just more about him. So, what would be the angle of approach? Like, what do you want to learn about Whitaker first? I think it'll help you out the most. Like,
what is the exact composition of his protection?
Yeah.
So, composition of protection. Where does he reside during the day? Where he resides during the day. Composition protection. What forces can he employ? Retaliation. And then, of course, how to bypass the fortress's defenses. So he keeps it very simple. As he explains to Rin, says, vampires are always dangerous prey. We either attack in home or in place where all its power is arrayed. I think we wish to attack home.
He'll have several. We have to know where he is and what his routines are. This will be probably the most abstract and difficult aspect of this. Clearly, I can work a great deal more of the technological side of it. I've been told by said contact that you more or less like to be in person. What I can probably do, since, as I suspected, looking back to where you guys, because you guys continued walking shortly after this altercation and getting it all sorted out and everybody's dispersed. He's like, what I've ascertained is that you are more than capable of taking care of yourself, and you have skills that are different, but still useful. I can find what we need to for what's on foot, and then you can do the following on foot. Does that make sense?
Yes.
He nods his head.
You are the scout. I am the tip of the spear.
That seems to be the way of it, at least for now. As it is, we must learn as much as we can about Whitaker's movements, the people that he cares about, and the infrastructure with which he has built to protect himself, as you say. And he just thinks about it for a moment, just kind of touching his chin. When we are ready to move, I will have something for you. And I have your tag, which means I'll be able to have encrypted communications with you whenever I need to. It's going later in the evening. I shall do some of my research. Say that we should encounter one another again tomorrow evening. Give me time
Excellent.
to do what I do.
Excellent. You may find me, okay, as I scroll back up, the Chesterfield Natural Reserve.
Is that where you're staying?
Yes. It is better than he just kind of looks at the concrete. That which I am not in.
He just shakes his head a little bit. He's like, as you wish. As long as I'm able to find you, I suspect that we can probably either meet back at the restaurant, or do you have a place of preference that is more better suited for having these kinds of conversations? Although we could probably meet in another area that I would consider to be safer.
Well, I trust your judgment. Because
And then I will contact you tomorrow evening with where to be.
Excellent. It is well met, Rune. I am grateful to meet your acquaintance.
He bows his head as well. That pleasure is all mine. Manners have all been lost. It's finally nice to see someone who has them again.
And then he speaks in ancient Sumerian, just giving him a blessing upon his house. May the spirits always guide your house and give you grant you protection. And of course the spirits respond.
Now he speaks in a language that isn't familiar to you, but it carries the weight similarly to what Sumerian does for you. Mm-hmm. And then just nods his head and ways to have a grander pull him free. Of course, you guys can hear that there's probably some like Night City security probably going to be on the way at some point, but you've been casually moving out of the area there.
I guess he just catches a bus home.
Mm-hmm. And you head back. Of course, you can just take the E train back because it's going to be a long drive by.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, I just take the train. He takes the train back to the reserve, and just sets up camp for whatever time of day it is. Just takes a nap.
Yep.
Underneath the bridge.
Surprisingly,
make it comfortable.
Well, you don't even have to do that. You go underneath the bridge. Snog acknowledges that you're here. You basically do the knock knock like you're basically going to be coming in as a guest. And he's just like, yes, yes, like that. And he goes crumpling out and comes up on the other side. And he's just like, you can be there. Like that. He just goes back into his inanimate form again. And you lay down. It's surprisingly soft, despite the fact that it should be like hard earth. And it's warm. Like, not too warm, not too hot, or not too cold, rather. And it's comfortable. And you sit there, and what's funny is that people seem to ignore the fact that you're there once you've gotten yourself settled in.
Well, he knows that he's safe because Snog is watching.
Mm-hmm.
So he has no problem falling asleep.
Easy peasy.
Having a troll as a guard dog is always a good thing. Just saying.
Well, you wake again, and it's mid-afternoon. You'd had a hell of a good rest. You had come in, by the time you got back, it was like very early morning. Somewhere close to like 4 or 5 a.m. Excelente. Just watching Scott push this stuff through. Sorry, minor distraction.
Oh,
Anywho.
yeah, he's doing the babble stuff.
Yep. So, you wake up roughly 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much in terms of sunlight. It's still kind of got that gray overcast, but you're comfortable and well tended to.
And he really, at this point, I guess he's not going to do anything until the daytime. He's actually going to go back to the Brackerbane Bar and Grill
Yeah.
because he enjoyed the drink.
All
And he
right.
wishes, well, and the other thing is he wishes to observe. He can't consider them, he's finding it more and more difficult to consider them prey.
Right.
But he still wants to learn and observe because he's still on that hunting mentality. To hunt your prey, you must understand your prey. So
Yeah.
now he's just going back to drink and eat and observe, and before going back to the reserve.
Well, I mean, you do that, no problem. It would have turned out that the same bartender that was here from the night before has just recently started her shift. And you come in. Now, of course, with the amount of people that go in and out of the place, it'd probably be unremarkable for, or it'd be remarkable for somebody to have remembered who you are. Excuse me. Just bashing all my equipment around. All right, so, except for the fact that you stand out as a 6-foot-tall behemoth of a man with no left arm. So you
he's
stand
just
out.
going- he's just, yeah. So essentially, he's just going back to the Brackerbane just to, understand through observation how the world has changed with respect to the nature of humanity and the supernatural.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's profound what's different. And while you're here, I mean, you get to watch all kinds of interactions. Now, during the afternoon aspect of it, there's a lot more, pretty much no cursed blood will appear while there's daylight. But you wait for a while, and you do see them as soon as the shadows get long outside, they start to show up. And they do so casually. They really don't strike you as being much different than anybody else who shows up, except for the fact that they're cursed blood. That's it. That's something that's really profound to you in that whole measure. Because you've got, your ill-tempered, kind of punkish-looking young men who come in here, or the loudmouth young women that, appear and kind of make noise and do all of that. Very rambunctious, very, very youthful in the way that they operate. A lot of this just seems very standard. But for you, I mean, it's an experience because, in the time that you were probably at your strongest, when things were always very simple, defined by them and us, that which is out of balance and that which is, it's really kind of interesting to comprehend how the mixture of things has come across. It's a nuanced and complex culture of sorts that has been redefined over thousands of years. And it's gotten to a point now where, there are still the vague hostilities that exist. They still show up. You haven't encountered a lot of lone, werewolves of a sort. They always seem to kind of be in and around, packs or groups, but you haven't noticed them causing any kind of havoc within, the city areas that you've been visiting. However, the vampires, they have a tendency to be almost anywhere, in and throughout all sorts of places, doing all sorts of work, carrying on with nearly regular lives. But somehow or another, this is taking a long time to acquire. You get a text message while you're doing your people watching, and it shows up on your brace. Your brace or your slate, whichever one you might be using.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing his day drinking, but his regeneration speed is great. So Arad's enjoying his day drinking, and just looks at his brace.
Yeah. It gives you an address, and it says, meet here, and you can tell that the message... You've noted a couple of things about this. Whenever you see, like, certain emblems show up, you know the message is protected. They say encrypted, but you realize that what it is it's been, made slightly secret so that it can't be read by anybody. At first, this was confusing at first, because you're like, anybody who looks at my screen can't read what this is? And they're like, no. When it goes mid-transit between, like, it took a long time to figure that one out. But you did eventually get it, and... you can tell that he's being secure in the way that he operates, which is another sign of somebody who's being professional. But yeah, I mean, you take yourself out to an address. It's like when you start to take a look at the route, you can take a train for most of the way. It heads up northward towards the northern border of the Daedalus Belt, passing Daedalus Tower, and will bring you to what looks to be an area of the city that is less populated, by and large, and it seems to be that it's closer to something like a fringe, what you'd get in the New York sector overall.
So he's just looking for Rune at this point.
So yeah, you take the train. There's another few credits off the top. You get within walking distance again after taking some other transportation. And you are in this area where the buildings have all shrunken down. Like, they're 3 and 4 stories at most, leaving a lot of Night City out in the sort of fringe distance. You can see all the hollow, advertisements, and the traffic kind of hovers more out and away than where you're at. And you can kind of feel a sense of there being... a different feel to the place. You can make an awareness.
Okay. Well, here we go. Crit. Let's go with 25.
25 it is, yeah. As you observe the area, there are a lot of people that seem to be sort of quiet, out of the way. There's less in terms of the homeless and the disenfranchised. And many of these people have a look to them that is, well, it's much more akin to what you might get if you were around Rune, but, plenty of humans around here. But the feeling that you get after, because it's in the evening and people are kind of out and about, which is not terribly unusual, but for a neighborhood like this, you would think that most people would be sequestered. They're not. They're kind of out and open freely and kind of interacting with each other. It's gentler here, despite the place looking a bit more run down. The section or neighborhood is called Emerson Square.
He's just looking for...
Well, you find the address. That's not a problem. It's an apartment building, looking older. Definitely not as high tech as a lot of the rest of Night City, as you might expect, given the neighborhood and the way it looks. But you just punch the buzzer, and you can hear the door goes bam, like that, and you can see it pop loose for you to go upstairs.
And then he does. Just kind of proceeds up the stairs, always being somewhat vigilant. But he's still trying to drink in this new world.
Well, and the new world just gets newer all the time. Because there's just a lot. When you get up to the 3rd floor, which is the highest floor in this particular building, you go down the hall, and you find the second door to your left. And you give it a knock. There is a short-sounding, movement, and then the door just opens up, and you can see Rune and that same mask. Even inside, he's still wearing it. But he closes the door and then reopens it fully, and he's like, "Come in."
He bows politely and then enters the domicile.
Mm-hmm. He closes the door, locks it up behind you. The place, it's small. It's got a small entryway. It's got a living room with a couch and bare necessities, a kitchen with floating cabinets and, countertops and all that kind of stuff in here. Again, most everything kind of looks a bit older. You can tell that there's, it's mildly lived in. One of the table that's in the front room happens to be sort of cluttered with small amounts of paper, and you also notice a lot of very old books. Old to you in this case, or old to you in the sense that they're actually books.
Right. He's still getting used to the concept of paper,
Yeah.
let alone electronics.
Right. Yeah, you're basically catching sort of a wide mixture of historical events that you've just missed overall. Rune motions for you to take a seat somewhere, and he offers you tea.
And he accepts graciously. Again, offers small pleasantries in turn. He's just following his etiquette.
Yep. Well, he stops once you guys have had a chance to kind of sip on it a little bit and get started. He kind of clears a space, and he sets his slate down, and he gives it a couple of taps, and you can see it just emit a holographic image of the various things he's been working on. And he's like, okay. Well, this is where we are. And it's like, I've done some research throughout the day. I trust that you rested well. You look like you're not having too much difficulty.
No, I am beginning to understand. But it is still confusing. So much has changed. So much has... You use the word, and all of a sudden on the brace goes, accepted.
And it's like he just nods his head. Well then, shall we find ourselves to work? Malcolm Whitaker, entrepreneur, deals within the sale of various goods, usually certain goods that are more mechanical in nature, and works within certain fields of cybernetics. He is not what you would consider to be a giant in the field of cybernetics or in research and development. As a matter of fact, he's sort of a middleman, a reseller, offers opportunities as opposed to more in the realm of service than product, which has allowed him to be able to acquire various funds and put him in a good spot. He happens to own a few properties that I was able to get via public record, but I suspect that there are going to be some holes in this information, as oftentimes penthouses, suites, and other living areas such as these are kept underground. It was through a point of deduction. When he kind of moves his hand over the slate a little bit to kind of move things along, this is where the hunting part of it happens, from behind the chair, or behind the screen, so to speak. I was able to track multiple sightings from across various points, and I had some people assist me. But needless to say, the zone of his presence is more around here. And he indicates an area of Night City that's kind of square into the Daedalus Belt, sort of rooted at its center, but it covers an area that's roughly 1 mile in radius. So, a number of mega blocks and things like that where he seems to operate in in a pretty tight circle. He's like, most of this is because he can move in traffic, and he has several warehouses here, not identified entirely, but according to the link, he should have businesses that are more than capable of operating here. And he has to shuffle his cybernetics through various clinics. Yes.
And he kind of politely does that and says, yes, I understand the cybernetic, the metal man. But that does not explain why he is in conflict in trade with the other.
It's possible that he's using a lot of his cybernetic and entrepreneurialism to safeguard darker secrets, ones we have to uncover ourselves. But this gives us an understanding of his front. We know what it is he's projecting, and based on that, we can find the shadow behind it. Do you understand?
Yes, absolutely.
Whatever it is that he might be doing, I suppose he's probably impinging on territory. What is it that this employer of yours does?
His his friendly demeanor drops for half a second, like a split second. His eyes actually become cold. Not employer. Accord. And there's like contempt just dripping from the word accord.
He's sitting perfectly still, just kind of watching. And he's like, but nonetheless, what is it that he's involved in?
His business is keeping the darker spirits satiated without wild feedings upon what he refers to as cattle.
He takes that in for a minute. You can tell that there's a bit of a bristly feeling coming from off of him at this point. He doesn't really like what he's heard, but he just nods his head again. I see. And I suspect that the real font of this man's finances. He scrolls it back to Malcolm's side profile in the holographic projection. Must be something similar.
Yes. And then he kind of explains his first encounter with the Hunger Demon.
Yeah.
My first thing, and I came to realize that there were many such, and then the contempt just drips off again.
Yeah.
Feeding grounds. Because it's that inner conflict between the old school, oh, we're going to wipe these fuckers out, and that's going to be it. It's just these feeding grounds. However, this individual had more resources and threatens my kind. And there is no joviality. At this point, he's. It's not that he's not happy, because he's still that kind of friendly demeanor.
Yeah.
But it's almost on the edge of completely just being gone.
Right.
He hates talking about this to anybody.
I see. So, your
We have
bargain.
an accord.
Your bargain is one of necessity and not much else, at least for the time being.
And then he just grins and becomes happy again and says, yes. And as soon as the accord begins, then the hunt begins again.
And he just nods his head, understanding what you mean. Okay. Then we have to dive into his darker dealings. He's going to have some place, if it's anything like what you describe, where he can maintain, and he starts to think about it for a minute, where he can maintain stock.
And what would compete with? He doesn't know how to. He does not know how to communicate the concept of chain restaurants for demons, right?
Yeah, that's a bit hard.
Little boutique restaurants where demons can feed in peace. But these are demons and dark spirits and everything else. And he says, maybe I should say who the accord is with. May I trust?
He steeples his fingers a little bit, and he's like, at your leisure, I have no intention of countering you in any way.
Bartholomew Whittleby, who is much older and is known as Ganesh.
Yeah, and his name was Brewster Albatross.
Brewster Albatross. I don't know why I did Bartholomew, but anyway.
Yeah, no. It's all good.
Brewster Albatross and his businesses are in conflict with Malcolm Whitaker.
Yeah, because Malcolm is the one that you're wanting to take out for Brewster's sake, or at least what Brewster acknowledged. And you can see that Rune takes it in for a minute. He's like, I think I know this name. Not Gwyneth, Brewster.
Yes. If knowing its true name would help you in the future, then, well, who am I to say where your hunt goes? And he smiles, that kind of predatory grin.
Yeah.
Its true name is Ganesh from the old times. Demon of hunger and greed.
Well, let's see about taking care of one hostile, and then I suppose we'll have to worry about the outcome that follows. And he kind of furrows his brow a little bit. We're definitely going to have to find a place where he's going to have to maintain stock. Malcolm, I mean. He's going to have to maintain the people that he's using, and I'm certain that he'll require all manner of people, depending on the task, or depending on the request of clientele. And he starts to think about it. There are certain possibilities that could be viable.
He says, yes. I mean, I have been to this Bane, and it is opposed to anything I've ever known of the Cursed Blood. They have consensual feeding and are blended into society. My thought is that Whitaker is like Ganesh in his businesses, where it is more of the older feedings. That which is not.
Well, he's just like, you said that you were new.
Yes.
Perhaps you were unaware of the treaty that occurred some time ago. Say, almost 15, 16 years ago now.
Treaty. Someone is entreated with these things. What
Out of necessity. Specifically a treaty among werewolves to vampires, in fact.
At which point, he just... the iron rod goes completely up his back. Just stiff as a board. And he leans in it with iron rod, stiff, puts his hand on his knee, and it goes in Sumerian, because he's dropping all pretense of any other language. Of what?
He's like, werewolf and vampire.
And you can practically hear almost his bones crunching in his knees as his grip just tightens about that. And his jaw's locked in almost a feral rage. What would my kind ever entreat with filth? And and it's all in Sumerian, and like the lights are dimming because it's the curse
Right.
words. He's using very dark language.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, he's having to read off of your... actually, that's the right arm, but he's having to read off of your thing as you're speaking. You notice that he actually pays attention to it while you're talking, but he's like... The reason why it was necessary, and I don't have all of the details, but the self-proclaimed prince of Night City was responsible due to a rather large and world-changing event. Now, almost 2 decades ago, there was a ravenous culling. As a matter of fact, I suspect that lycanthrope, like yourself, were on the verge of extinction.
And at that point, there's just a growl that's emanating from his throat. He's listening, and he doesn't want to interrupt, but he's actually legitimately becoming angry. Like he's been happy-go-lucky up until this point, but to hear that his people were almost wiped out is having a profound effect on him. Like
Right.
It's like a bass rumble. Like the runes are starting to glow on his face.
Right. He's like, they were almost wiped out by the progenitor of all vampire kind. Some deadly idiot, or a group of deadly idiots, happened to wake the creature, which forced him into a feeding frenzy. He was killing
Which-
vampire and werewolf alike.
Which creature?
Well, I'm certain he has many names. A lot of oftentimes in some of the more, well, older and more Christian vampiric bodies have a tendency to refer to him as Cain. I think it's actually a pet name of sorts. But he just
like
he-
shock pops in his eyes. Kano, Kana, the whelp.
he's just like Cain. They refer to in that particular fashion. I don't exactly remember the entirety of all the details. There has been a lot that's happened historically, and definitely a shift in how this world operates. You can see it everywhere. The world is different than what it was supposed to be.
This was not, and he starts. Give me a second. I need to pull up something real quick. No, that's not it. Sorry, give me a moment.
Yep.
Okay, that was the wrong thing. God damn it. This was not. This was not Iridu. This was not Larak. This was not Bad Tibrut. This is not Simpu Zabara. And this is not Shigaraba. None of the. But the whelp. Like he's in shock. Like,
Right, he's just like, he just raises his
off.
hand up and it's like, I don't really know any of those names or any of those creatures that you mentioned. I just know that they referred to this one as Cain. I don't know if it was his actual name. I think it's got biblical connotation, so that's how they knew him.
And at this point, he's pacing back and forth because he can't comprehend that this. He was Cain was powerful. There's no getting around because he was considered part of it, but he was like an outcast among the older lords.
Right. Well, and this is like, needless to say, he was brought back and had a ravenous hunger, and as I have said, he was killing vampire and werewolf alike. He started in various parts of the Middle East, Europe, and stretched his way westward, and found himself in England, where he was stopped. But only just barely. While that was ongoing, the vampires had run themselves into a panic and started turning as many as they possibly could to save their species. And it was turning them in a frenzy. Orphaned vampires were running amok in the city streets for a long time, not knowing what they were. So many of them would actually find themselves perished under circumstances they didn't understand, or they would wind up doing terrible things to others that were in their closer circles without understanding why such a thing was even necessary. Long story short, it's taken years to recover, but in that time, the Prince of Night City had offered a singular, if unpopular, proposal to have the major werewolf houses combine force with those of the vampiric bloodlines to better protect both. So the collaboration was one under duress. Definitely not one that would have happened in any other way, I don't believe.
At that point, it's just this rumbling growl of something pacing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, as he's just trying to comprehend, like,
What? It's his version of I can't. Short-circuiting brain cannot comprehend, even remotely.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do much about that there, sir. That's the
So
microphone
he's
on his
just-
headset.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I know what he's talking about, but it doesn't bother me. What, his different input? No. I don't think he has another microphone.
No, I do not. Maybe I'm just from the 1950s when I talk. So he's been speaking Sumerian the entire time, and I guess he's trying to read the brace as he's going back and forth.
Yeah.
Ken, I've been having issues with, I think my headset of late to begin with. It's not the first comment that I've gotten, and I don't know what's going on with the mic or the headset as a result. But that's a troubleshooting for another day. So he's kind of digesting the fact that there was a greater pact among vampire and werewolf kind, and it sort of settles in. And he calms himself down. He sits down. He says, "This would explain."
So, probably a great number of them, those who had survived, especially those who were brought into being a vampire with no guidance whatsoever, have formulated their own groups and their own understanding of things. And certainly, and I have encountered them, there are those who rather enjoy and relish what they are to an extent of, well, almost gluttonous levels of mania. But
So
there are
this
others
would-
who do not.
So these would be oath breakers to this facile.
And there's like, to the prince, yes, he has specific guidelines for how operations should be. That death and criminality, amongst the laws of the own unseen court, of which he holds a very large portion of control over, are met with rather brutal consequences.
This is as it should be. It seems like a fair ruler. Yes? Yes.
Well, he just
It is
nods and
how-
says, like, yep, go ahead.
It is how we would have dealt with it.
Well, he has a tendency to very much keep to his word, and those who are in breach of his contract find themselves on the wrong end of all kinds of trouble. But I would say that, in a sense, our target, Malcolm, is now facing that as penalty if he's indeed trafficking in human flesh for the pleasure of other things. That puts him in a bad situation if the exposure were to come through, which gives us at least one kind of weapon to work with. If we can prove it. Or we can find ourselves in a situation of taking care of it ourselves, which I am more than able to accomplish with your assistance, of course.
Sorry, just making sure I got everything.
Mm-hmm.
This hunt is, and he crosses his arm with his stump, like he's folding his arms. This is an interesting hunt. Yes, it is.
There are many more tools of the trade. I think that's the part that may have confused you at first, but I think you're starting to understand now.
if in violation of court edicts, because this is where he starts to become the
Yeah.
seneschal again. So the seneschal's kicking in. So
Right.
the seneschal's kicking in, and he says, and if violation, and he smiles, and if violation of court edicts, then this would in turn this prince's eye to the Daedalus, and maybe in turn potentially to Ganesh, and that predatory grin kind of goes back on his face.
Yeah, he just kind of smirks. He's like, yes, as a matter of fact, I do believe that Ganesh is going to be in violation of these particular doctrine. If he's even trying to do it under the guise of a moral standing. Unless he's under consent of the unseen court, I doubt he'll actually have the authority to even make that kind of move. It'll be much more likely that it's moving in this way to acquire more money.
So, we are to expose the one, we expose the other.
Or, as I have said, we can work to understand and dispatch them at leisure, if that is what your intent is. However, of course, between you and I, we have a working relationship. It just means that we have to understand exactly how we can process that commerce.
Yes. How do you suggest we proceed with such
Well,
hunt? Because, and he's speaking, and so we're just going to go Elcom, because I'm getting tired of doing the broken English shit. So he's going to rely on the translation at this point. So speaking full Sumerian, he's just, it's just... So if we are to deal with both, we must deal with the one and bring to the light of this prince. How would we go about exposing such to the light?
Well, in this case, we must find evidence. Evidence that these things are happening. Evidence that he is doing what it is he is doing. And we can do that in any number of ways. We can force him to use his resources and record it. We can force him to make a mistake and expose it himself. There are a multitude of different manners by which we can accomplish this, or method. It just kind of depends on what it is you want, Arad. You are the one who has employed my services. I will follow with what you think is correct.
He pauses. In the end, Ganesh has threatened my people. Whitaker is merely a means to an end.
Fair enough. So when it comes to proceeding on Whitaker, at least for the time being, what is it that you would wish? A dispatch, or exposure, or maybe it stops for a minute, maybe a bit of both.
I think if we could force to use resources, draw the prey out, so that it is seen by all, then we could expose by finding out its resources. But in the Accord itself, there is a second target. So in doing so with one, we do so with the second. And in doing so, provide more evidence against Ganesh, and solidifying our case with the prince. So in dispatching both entities in such a manner, will we build the greater case against Ganesh.
Could be a starting point. But again, where would you like to have us begin? I have several standing points that might be of interest. I have a theory as to where our man is going to be working within in terms of stock and holding them. There are areas which are not terribly well patrolled that probably would be a good place to start.
Can we, as a merchant, he has his facilities for holding. Now, your prince, would he be aware if this was exposed to the greater human population?
Well, he has a tendency to follow the lines of discretion. He is still within the human world, which means that he has to abide in certain ways to not find himself exposed also. It's a mass spiderweb, as you can imagine. There might be agents of his that are in and around, and I would have to do more research to know for sure. But I'm certain that his agents are, well, dispersed throughout Night City in various places. But I don't exactly know what his resources are. We'll have to get their attention, I suspect. And he's like, scratches his head. Maybe it's a matter of creating enough havoc for Malcolm that an investigation would become prudent.
So we take the direct route and expose his warehouses by freeing its human stock to the human authority. Make it public. Bring it into the light, absolutely.
Well, and
So,
obviously getting
and
our hands
freeing-
dirty to some degree.
Yes, this would involve direct involvement. The way I would like us to proceed is to find these sites of his business, and much like my rather inept stumbling with Ganesh's business, free his stock, place them into the realm of human authority for their well-being, and repeat this until such time as it is exposed to the prince, where
Well-
the prince cannot help but acknowledge that these humans are being preyed upon.
That is part of it. Yes, that's part of it. But we'll also need to gather our own information, which means we're going to want terminals and technology. They're going to be keeping a stock, manifests, and inventory lists, and so on. They will have encoded treatment to them, meaning that it'll be very difficult to determine exactly what addresses, timing, and so on. But everything like this requires an incredible amount of logistics. So we find what works logistically, and we can start hunting down the other sites. We just... well... like a falcon sweeps in to grab a rabbit, there and gone. We do the damage and we wait to hit again. And just keep doing it until it starts causing enough of the bees to become agitated. Eventually it'll cause a mistake somewhere. And even then it'll disrupt the supply line and some of the other things he has already set up, making it easier for us to move whenever he starts making other mistakes. And I'm certain that Malcolm won't have any shortage of enemies, and that's not just Ganesh. Make him look weak, destabilize his business, and eventually other predators will start to notice that he's no longer on good standing. It's a larger campaign, but we don't actually have to attack Whitaker directly, and we can do some good. I like this plan. I have an idea as to where he might be located in terms of some sites just based on some deduction. And he puts it through. There are multiple areas. Now he's going to have to ship these things in and throughout. And it looks like he's going to be using underground rail systems probably to move a lot of his larger stock around. But he's taken note that the larger portion of this can't be under, it's going to be under-maintained tunnels underneath the city, most likely. And, with these warehouses and the rest of it, he's got a guesswork, basically a network of guest locations that could possibly matter. And he's like, these sites here would probably be easiest to go for you. And he moves it across, and you can see that your smart brace picks up on some of the things I have 3 sites at least of serious importance that might yield you some better options. You can go on foot. start finding your way around and see if any of these locations have merit. And then you can come back to me. I have to make some requests, and I have to pay for some more information. But I will continue the hunt from this side of it for now.
Ah, this I can do.
And he's like, he nods his head. It's like, I'm certain that you can.
Yes. Ivan was right. I do like you, Arad. You are a good hunter.
He just nods his head. It's like, I've been doing it for a while.
I can learn much from your way of hunting. And more importantly, you understand the intricacies of court. This is nice.
He just nods his head again. Well, my people, similar to yours, used to have one of their own, and a home. Eventually, we'll find our way back. It looks to me like you're in a similar situation. You're probably as lost as the rest of us.
There you are. You're back.
Yep.
Did, like, I freeze it all? Did you?
Yeah, you froze completely. I was like, damn, he's holding that look really hard. Props to him.
Did you hear any of that?
No.
Okay. So, along, it says, yes, I said, and it gets, somewhat sorrowful. Yes, I understand what it means for a people to fall. You have my condolences to your kind and welfare on their return.
He nods his head. Well then, good hunting. I will be in touch.
So anyway, so he wants to, so what are the 3 locations?
Alright. So these 3 locations are spattered around the outer perimeter, going from north to west. From where that 2-mile radius that was going on there. Oh, it's so good to see you jumping in here, Grayley. And yeah, thank you. Hi.
I agree.
Yeah, so like I said, they're positioned sort of arbitrarily, at least to your eyes, with primary access points. Now, there seems to be, when you start to take a look at the structure and composition for a little while, because you leave Rune's apartment and, well, you assume it's his apartment. It's probably, it's like I said, it looks mildly lived in, but it doesn't appear to be the kind of place that you would think he would live in, like on a regular basis. While that's been going on, though, you start to take a look at some of the information and the data that's pulling through on the map, and it starts to become clear that there are a lot of various access points to other forms of transportation throughout Night City from where these would be, which then explains the reason why he was so intrigued by it. Now, it takes a minute, because again, technology is not your strong suit, but you start to get to a point where you're acknowledging,
This is the worst technology I've ever seen on a character, I'm just saying.
Yeah, with the way that it's going right now, you had to tinker with it. You're pretty much out on the street and having been sort of like meandering around on the sidewalk trying to get this to kind of like give you various layered views. You acknowledge that there must be, and this is probably information that he had on hand that wasn't available to the public. Something about that, again, your re-ingratiation into society has kind of allowed you to see some of the layering. So some of it makes sense, some of it doesn't. But these are, identifiably older tunnels that went underground as part of a transit system that had been attempted some years back. The tunnels themselves aren't maintained. They're not extremely dangerous to move through just yet, but they are unobserved, and there isn't going to be a lot of security under there. Plus, it avoids all of the cameras and the other things as well. And then it's a matter of how do you move any amount of stock at any one particular time. And it starts to become, sort of easy to understand when you start noticing that there are plenty of areas where vehicles can be used or deployed from discretionary positions within some of these same areas where these tunnels kind of connect. And those vehicles could also connect to public transit if necessary, right? So lots of ways in, lots of ways out. And it all threads back to these centralized points. And he managed to put this together in very short order, only about 24 hours. Not to mention the fact that a lot of this is just guesswork within the last meeting of yours, that he started to really think about it. And his understanding and inherent knowledge of Night City must be extensive to be able to have this in mind. So, yeah, these 3 locations, they're all sort of, like I said, they're sort of arbitrary. It's just street names and cross streets for the most part, and it gives an indication as to what you might be looking for. You're going to be looking for, condemned subway exits or entrances. You're going to be looking for alleys that probably have an access point or maintenance closet, or maintenance access that would get underground. And all 3 of the locations are just like that.
Okay. So he's just going to pick one at random.
Yep.
Realistically, because he doesn't really know. And he's going to look for, on the brace, he's going to look for what's closest.
Yep.
Train, like, of the older train systems. And he'll just kind of go into one of those tunnels and follow it to the location. So he'll take the tunnel, follow it to the location, at which point he's going to plan on doing one of 2 things. One, eliminate all threats within the location. If there is stock or merchandise, he is going to contact local authorities to make sure it is visible everywhere. It's just like, hello, there are people that need, like he doesn't know how to use media or anything to that effect, but it's the, hello, there are, like, are you...
Welcome to Arad's Snapchat.
Are you, it's like, are you guards? City guard, come protect people? Type of communication.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in his head, what he wants to do is just completely disrupt the entire business at one location and then bring in the police.
Well, in this case, you'll have to go digging a little...
Media, so
yeah.
Go ahead.
So you're going to have to dig deep because you don't really know exactly what you'd be sending them into. I mean, right now, you've got locations and you can start sniffing around, which will need like awareness checks and things like that with your enhanced senses to kind of get a gist of what you might see or smell or any of that. But you know that these entrance points are going to be basically just exposed tunneling points or the rest of that stuff. So you're basically out on an investigation. You're doing the reconnaissance part, and dragging attention to it immediately won't necessarily work too well until you know exactly what's down there or where to direct people.
Well, that's his intentions too, is just to understand what's going on. So let's do that. Let's start with one of the tunnels and then move inward to the location and then utilizing his stealth to understand what's going on.
Yeah, the first of the 3 is a dead end. When you get there, and it's maybe an hour from where you were originally, because you're still in the Daedalus Belt from where you left at the... Yeah, Emerson Square was at the north side of the Daedalus Belt, so you went back south more to the mid part, because if you recall, a lot of his work happened near where the Daedalus Tower was. So a lot of that is transient, and it's intentional that way. And with a 1 mile radius of operation leaves for a lot of questions, so you're kind of moving within that area there. So like I said, the first one proves to be useless. All the maintenance hacks, access, and all the rest of that stuff kind of leads to dead ends. It's all been properly condemned. There's not a lot of ways of getting down there, and your senses tell you that there hasn't really been a living soul in any of these areas with any other intent besides drug use in quite some time. The second one, on the other hand, is very different, which is where I need to actually have you make an awareness check for me, please.
Let's begin. So he's not going to boost his stats with true form because he doesn't want to stand out. So we're going to be doing...
That costs you SFR, doesn't it?
cost
Okay.
1 SFR to go into that, and he's been using that encounter based.
Oh, I know.
But we'll just use the predatory senses. Let's use for the crunch. "13 awareness."
Okay, so let's see. All right. Well, you're kind of moving through. This has what looks to be an access point that leads underground, but you have to go through into an alley of one of these mega blocks that's in the area, and you sort of filter through, and you find the access hatch. And when you're getting there, you happen to notice that there are several people that are just kind of sitting on top of it. Now, this alleyway, unlike some of the other ones that are in the general vicinity, are a little more clear, and so you don't have a lot of the, collections of people sort of stammering in and around it. But I mean, you get up to it, and it's like you've got the towering buildings that are kind of pressed close together, creating that sort of labyrinthian internal working where you'd have to circumnavigate where the buildings kind of don't completely press together. And it, like I said, it creates almost its own like microcosm of Night City within these mega blocks because of how the buildings are structured. And so it's not a neighborhood. They're all pressed together in these weird zigzaggy type access points. And so you find this, and it looks like it's a good one, and you happen to notice that somebody's more or less made their kind of like their homeless tent right on top of it. However, what you smell is something a bit different. You can make one more awareness check about that because look, the awareness check I had you roll was for something else. So you can actually just kind of see if this is, you can identify it if it's accurate or not.
Yeah.
Or at least how far.
Well, we wanted to do you said to do another awareness check.
Yeah,
so
but with your senses active, right? Because you're using both sight and smell, or hearing and smell. I think it's hearing, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh wow, we're just having a trend today. 333s and now 222. 13 awareness. Bless you.
I was almost a bless you. It just totally ganked me. All right. And that's with the bonuses added?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you rolled a 2.
Yep. So, you're fairly sure that this is it. And you don't know why. It's like you'll have to be kind of careful. You don't know what to do with this guy who's basically kind of camped out on top of your access point. But, make a human perception real quick. We'll see if this works for you.
$15.
There it is. The guy who is sitting on top isn't actually homeless. And you happen to notice that he notices you and is paying very close attention to you since you're sniffing around.
Well, he's just going to be obvious about it. He's just going to go, "Hello."
Of course, the guy that's in there is just like, go away, like that, and like tries to like hide underneath a bunch of like refuse that is like in the nearby area.
And he says, "Oh, we should not pretend when we both know what we are." And he's just moving close. He's moving closer, but no threat. He does not want to present a threat.
Well, let's see. He manages to keep the act, maintaining the sort of beleaguered, disenfranchised, not too terribly sane type individual.
We're going to do another awareness check to see if he's shifting for weapons.
Okay. Hey
he
man,
fails.
you got a quarter?
Yeah, right? So he fails, and he just continues to walk forward. And he says, no, no, no. You are a very, very good, what is word? And then he says it in Sumerian, and then the brace goes, actor. Like, really fucking loud. Because it's, like, in a quiet area, so, like, of course, the mechanical voice of the Google Translate, or the translator and the thing is just jarring in the silence. Actor.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's you don't see anything immediately. In this case, I just want to have you make a defense, like a dodge. Make a dodge roll, because you press the issue, and it's clear that it goes the other way.
22.
Well, defenders win ties. Let's see here. Hold on.
Did we seriously tie? Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking
So you shift your feet, and you can hear the like that. It's not a gunshot, but you can see that there are two probes that get lodged into the adjacent wall behind you as you shift out of the way. And it was a non-lethal strike, whatever it was. But you get out of the way, and it hits there, and you can see the pulse of electricity between the two of them, only a few inches apart. If that had hit your leg, that would have been extremely distressing.
Yeah, he kind of cocks his head to the side, smiles, and the bells start laughing, and he goes, "Oh, that was not nice. I merely want to talk."
And of course, the guy just stands up out of the whole thing. There's not a lot of people in the alleyway, but he just kind of stands up. He's just watching at this point. The act is gone, and clearly he's committed. So he ends up pressing what he's got going for an attack at this point.
Ah, you wish to talk this way. Very well. And then that's when the blade comes free.
Yep. All right, sir. Go ahead and make your defense check, or make your combat sense awareness check. Sorry.
Okay. How far away am I from him at this point? Because I was slowly moving towards
You
him.
guys you're about 5.5 feet from him, because you were just standing there trying to approach within social distance, and he was trying to use that to his advantage originally.
Well, he critted.
Well, you're going first then.
27. So he is going to advance very quickly. He's going to expend one SFR to go into the so the cuneiform glyphs appear all over his exposed flesh, and he is going to advance fairly quickly.
Yeah.
He has a sprint of 60.
Well, you basically close the. You could literally hit him from this distance with your sword without having to move. You're that close.
Oh, we're that close.
Yeah.
So
like I said, you're about 5.5 feet from where he was at, and because of the reach of your blade, you literally only have to move like half a step before you'd even be within proper point of. That distance is not much.
Okay, so he's going to, because he sees the gun now.
Right.
So he's going to reverse the blade and then strike the inside of the wrist with the gun.
Yeah.
And he's going to shatter the wrist. He's going to try to shatter the wrist because he still wants information.
Right.
And he's still trying to be somewhat nice about it, I suppose.
Right.
So that's with the fencing. Okay, we're going to finally get that in. 27.
All right. Well, I mean,
And he'll hold his second melee strike as a defensive strike.
all right. In this case, you said you used the false edge.
Yeah, he's using the false edge to
You hear a
snap the
crack as you actually come onto the inside of his guard, because he comes up out of there, and you hit here at the wrist, and he ends up dropping the sword. You can hear him grunt. Then there's kind of this moment where he just kind of looks down and he looks up to where you're at, seeing the blade at this point. and he just clenches his. You see a very, very small motion. It happens in less than a heartbeat. Just this little pulse of his hand, and then he's moving a lot faster now.
So I'm guessing he's undead at this point. Okay.
Nope, you smell the machine and metal on him.
Oh, machine and metal. And then he goes, and the blade flips to the sharp edge.
Right.
And he pivots and does his secondary melee.
Okay.
And since he knows it's not going to... So he cracks down, and then he switches and does basically an upwards cut to just slice from carotid to carotid.
All right, so
gonna,
yeah, you basically are trying to have him
he,
injure using a defensive action in this case, I guess.
Yeah. 29.
All right, so you come in, but he's moving fast enough that you actually just do a bit of a nick, but he shrugs underneath the weapon, and he's moving very fast. Where you at? I want... Not that one. Ooh. No, I want this one. Yeah. All right, so he gets cut, and you can see him just kind of struggle back. Like, he gets cut, but you don't get the whole carotid. Like, despite the fact that he's there, he actually stands back. You can see that there is something happening. Like, you can tell that it was it would have been very damaging. But the blade, it's going to have more than AP2 on it because of the way that we redid the stuff. So,
okay.
The way that the armor piercing works is that it does a set amount of damage whenever you make a successful hit. And AP5 is the baseline. So you actually did 5 points of damage to him when you cut in. But you can tell that he's got some serious structuring going on in his body because the blade felt like it was hitting something very tough when you were cutting through.
Okay, so it's AP5 now. Okay, gotcha.
Right, it's AP5. So in other words, it does 5 damage on a successful strike using the blade to cut or pierce.
And his base damage is 22
right.
with the sword.
Right. So you managed to get through the whatever the hell's going on with his skin because it looks weird. But he, like I said, he takes the cut. He is definitely bleeding. He kind of like holds his neck like this. He's putting pressure on the wound where the cut started, where the most severe of it is. And he's dropped his gun, and now he moves forward, and it looks like he's got a smaller, but it's a knife. But he's holding it like this, and he's holding left hand out. So he goes in trying to cut underneath the guard and your sword. You may roll defense.
So the defense, because he did the cut here, he's just going to move on the outside of the blade.
Yep.
And attempt to cut the wrist.
Right, whenever you get the chance. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to use that to just kind of flick the blade up and away. So defensive parry.
Of course you crit out. Rolled a 10 for a 33, and then another 3, so 36. Good Christ. Alright, so you juke the weapon, now your strike. I mean, you come wide. Absolutely wide. The blow would have actually been quite nasty.
27. And then a downward strike. Because he's got his 2 melees. 28.
Okay.
27, 28.
27, 28.
So he flicks up, cuts towards the carotid again, and then he's just doing a lateral back and forth motion. Like he's painting happy trees.
Right.
Happy trees.
So I just now used all of his luck to avoid that. Then you basically go like that, and he goes duck, duck, and starts doing a straight line for you. And he's still holding this, mind you, so he ducks and jukes and manages to flip the blade to where it's an upward grip instead of being reversed. And he comes in for a slash towards the arm that's holding your weapon. He's trying to do a moving slash across as you as you basically do that secondary cut across. He's trying to get underneath the arm as you're still in the arc. You're not overextending. He's just able to clear the distance.
Which
Probably
is
not going to
impressive.
do it with that. He's out of luck now.
Okay.
So make your defense check anyway.
So he'll do like a moving back step. This time inside the body,
Right.
but away. Inside the body and away, keeping the distance. Using the blade to threaten. 27.
Yeah. I mean, you come wide again. You can see that he's like sitting there like this. You can see he's frustrated. You know, he's clearly dealing with pain and trying to sort out the fact that he can't seem to get to you. You keep maneuvering him. Your go. Really? What is with this dude? My dice literally don't want me to win, not even a little bit.
$25, 28. So he's done 1, 2. Moves back onto the inside of the blade, so kind of pulls the blade as like a flourish to cut the wrist, and then a straight down slash to the carotid again.
Okay. All right, man. I mean, you cut twice, and you can see him hop back at this point. His clothes are now like cut where the strokes went through. You can see that he's bleeding again. He actually had to kind of get out of the way, so he does that cut here, which then again slashes across the same gash that you had from earlier. And he's just like, he's now grunting at this point. He almost lets go of the knife. But you can see him struggling on, like he's still holding on to this pressure here. The bleeding is not nearly as severe either, you happen to notice. That's another 10 damage to him as well through the armor that he's got, or whatever it is he's doing. But you don't know what is causing such resistance, but it seems to be his flesh that is causing the blade to kind of like lag on the way through.
So we just did an authority roll.
Yeah.
So 25. So 25 authority, and says, "You wish to talk to me." And he's not brokering an argument.
No. Let's see if he does. Well, what was your authority roll again?
25.
So at this point, he basically just kind of stops for a minute. He's holding the knife. He's just like, he just shakes his head no, but he doesn't make an attack. So it's up to you at this point. He's not talking, but he's not attacking. He's kind of slowed down at this point.
So he indicated that he won't speak.
Right.
Okay.
It's one of those things where it's like he's not, like again, you've stopped him from attacking. Like you've put it into a position now where he's kind of at an impasse. He doesn't exactly know what to do because you've basically been like lethally defending yourself, but he's also doing his job. So you're kind of like, it's up to Arad how he wants to process that. So you've managed to stop him from what he was doing, but he's not willing to talk to you.
Okay, so speaking with his authority at 25, he stopped him from doing anything else. He's gonna do a persuasion.
Okay.
$23 persuasion. He says, Is your employment, is your work worth your life? He's asking a loaded question with persuasion.
Right. And he's just like, I'm a guard. You're not welcome to be here, so you might as well leave.
Would you be willing to not see me?
And he's sort of like, You're not allowed entry. You have to leave. I don't know where you're from or who you represent, and I don't care. Leave now, and we won't have to continue this discussion.
He just kind of pulls his blade up here. Then I am sorry, and I will sing your song. And then he just strikes.
Right.
So, like, he salutes him. And,
Yeah.
like, he honors the fact that he's
Doing his job.
to his convictions, but at this point, he's just going to dispatch him. He quick strikes.
Fuck these dice. Fuck them hard.
So 29 and a fail on the second one.
All right. So the first strike was
29, just to because he's realizing that the body's armor, he's just going to take the hit.
okay. So you go into his neck is the whole point, right?
Yeah, it's going into the neck.
Right. So he has to take his hand away, but he holds it up like this, and the blade goes like here, and you basically hit this, and he's like that. You can tell that he's struggling against that. What happens at the next point, because you fail that next strike, is that he actually pulls release. It cuts bad across the arm. Yet another 5 more damage. What the hell is happening with the?
Yeah, the music just ramped up in sound.
Yeah. I don't know why that happened, but Spotify just suddenly spiked in. That was strange. But yeah, no, he takes the hit here. It is excruciating, and when he pulls back, because of the way that you were operating, I mean, the next blow completely misses, but you hit him the first time worth a damn. What he ends up drawing out, he ends up dropping the dagger at this point and pulls his gun forward, goes to take multiple shots in your general direction.
Okay, so now we're going to have to use dodge. Oh my god. And I have no luck. What is it with this pattern?
I don't know.
Anyway, 21 fail.
Right. Yeah. So he ends up firing. He squeezes off 3 shots with no accuracy bonus. And you take a grand total of... Hold on. Because it's a 1, there's actually a bit of a... Right. So... Yeah, you end up taking a grand total of 30 damage from those shots.
Okay, so that gets past my natural armor 14.
Yeah. Well, in this case, the 30 damage is penetrating because he manages to fire at such close range. The circumstances were just
I
so.
also failed. That's
right. So you're suffering something not equivalent to double damage. It's something I've been playing with, but the damage is hiked up because it was a 1.
Okay. No, that's fair. I mean, that makes complete sense because he's still... I think what Arad's dealing with, as I explained the fail, is the fact that it is difficult for him to understand the new resilience of this mechanical human.
Right. Yeah.
Like, he understands this how to dispatch supernatural. It's just when it comes to this mechanical human, he was stunned that he could survive the blow. So then he took 3 rounds. Okay.
Yeah. So make sure to apply whatever pain penalties are involved, obviously, until your regeneration kicks in.
He's at 13 health levels, so he still has quite a few health levels left. -5 penalty, though.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah. So you went from a 23 down to a 18?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, he nails your ass really hard. This weapon has got something in it that is very clear. He doesn't take you off your feet, but the rounds and the rest of it, I mean, you can feel the excruciating pain, and the rest of your body immediately reacts to that damage, and you, like, the burning in your lungs, they were all chest shots, tight drooping. And he's just like this, and he kind of looks up at you at this point, him just, having bleeding from new wounds, and you just taking the shots in the chest.
And the
he's
stub,
a little bit.
the stub kind of pulls like itself, like it's almost like a shock. Like his
Yeah.
phantom arm reaches to the chest because he's got the sword in his hand, and he's almost he's like he kind of slides back a little bit because of the force of the blows,
Yeah.
and he just gets these 3 brief grunts. Well,
Yeah.
and he goes, and he looks, and he goes, and he salutes again and goes, "Well struck,"
Okay. Yeah.
because
that's your
he's
shot.
treating this almost like he's treating this as like a courtly duel.
Right.
Because this mercenary has honor, and he recognizes that. This is the first opponent he's faced that actually has some modicum of decorum in these things, right?
Yeah. So yeah, your go.
$25, $26.
Okay.
So first he is going to force him. He's going to move. He's not going to move to the outside of the weapon like he would with a sword or a blade. He's going to move to the inside and force him to move his arm through the injury.
Right. So you come in, you sweep. Now this guy
So
like
strike at the wrist and then pull the blade
Right.
up.
Well, he like notices that you're trying to close distance, and he just starts backpedaling. Like it's immediate. This moment he starts to see you move, he just basically starts moving back, trying to keep himself at a distance with the weapon still trained. Of course, you're moving fast enough at this point that he's having a hard time keeping up. You also know that he's not doing terribly well. The cuts you've delivered against him are problematic. So when he backpedals, I mean, the strokes miss. But he's still trying to fire, and when he does, you can still make your dodge, because he goes to make another shot. Except for his gun jams, don't worry about it. The number of ones that have been rolled throughout this whole thing is ridiculous.
Between you and I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to counter them with luck originally. This is like I don't know. He just keeps missing or...
Have you looked at Dice Maiden and seen all my ones?
Yeah, they're ridiculous. It's like you guys are more fumbling through your fight than actually fighting. They miss,
Good times.
but yeah, his shot, his gun jams. He's like that, goes like that, and stovepipes out the ejection port. He just kind of looks at it, and it's not frustration. It's more like, really? Like he just can't believe that just happened, and he just like looks up at you at this point. And he's still holding his arm, and he just drops the pistol and crunches his fist together and goes to basically fight you hand to hand.
And at this point, he just wicks the blood off of... Here, let me get my...
Yeah. You were blurry.
It's amazing how this trick works, but, there we go. Better?
Eh.
No.
Well, your camera's really going for it. Here,
Let's try.
yeah.
Whatever.
There, oh, wait. It almost came back.
We're good. We're good. We're good. So... I can't deny y'all my pretty visage. He's actually really impressed by this individual. So he just shakes the blade and he sheaves it, and he mimics the motion of the fist.
Right.
I mean, he's just honoring his opponent.
Right. All right. Yeah, like he literally couldn't shoot you, so he's like, he dropped his knife, and now he's got his gun out.
So he does the kind of like this, but you kind of see his fingernails extend like claws.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going to do a claw attack.
All right.
So
Yeah,
that's
he closes in, coming in using martial arts, but I mean, like, it's your hit, I believe. By the way, you're
question.
up. You're up a health level now.
Health level. Okay, so that's...
You're now at a -4 than 5.
Okay, so that's reduced by 5 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So he's at a -4. So he's got an 18 roll. Actually, no. Let's take a look at the dodge, because he doesn't have martial art. Oh, he does have just melee, straight melee.
Yeah,
so
that would work.
Yeah, I knew there was a reason I did straight melee.
Yep.
So that's 21 minus 4. 17 still? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, you're going to have
Okay,
a 19 because you had 23 minus 5, which was 18, and now you're at a 19.
That was the fencing though, with a blade in his hand. He no longer has a blade in
true.
his
I
hand.
guess it would drop.
So,
huh? Yeah.
so it's 17.
Okay.
So he's at 17 for his melee. So he's just going to use his hand to kind of like swipe and deflect and cut.
Okay.
But he wants it to do it outwards so that he can come straight in. He's going to do his... And he critted.
Okay.
So he's using his hand like a sword. And he does a 33.
Your body.
My body is 13.
Okay. So that's all you would actually use. I think your claw. Well, this isn't the same thing as your actual werewolf form claws. It'll just be your body and
Okay.
claw damage in this case. But here's how the way the crits work in terms of damage. So what happens is that you stack the roll as damage, meaning you get a 10, right? So you're 13 body. So that means you have 10 plus 6 more. So that means you add 16 damage to the dice damage, or to what your normal damage would be, which would be 29. So you're not doubling it. You just take the roll and slap that in as damage, as a damage bonus. Okay, so you do a shitload. Which, are you doing a cut on this guy, or was it something else? Like, were you
It's
doing
just he's batting the hand away significantly enough so that he can expose for his next strike.
All right, so you're just doing like a stab with it through the chest, maybe, like.
That's what he's going to be doing. Yes.
Okay, right. So you just go like that, and you go right in all the way up to just nearly the wrist, like up through here, and you go puncture like that, and you can feel the resistance of the flesh as you come through the bone, and you actually feel the all of that soft tissue parting, and you go into the vital organ, and he just like stops for a second. He's stunned at this point. You can feel the life of his body around your fingers as you're in his heart, and he just grabs a hold of that and like looks up at you. You can see that there's like the wheels are turning, and then
he's holding it, and he's going to do another persuasion. I mean, he's really impressed by this guy because it's been them going back and forth. So persuasion is 14, but there's a minus 4, so it's plus 10.
Okay.
Oh wait, let's try that again. $12. And he's just like holding his hand. He's not moving because he can twitch, and then
Right.
do the damage.
Well, I mean,
he needs to.
he's dying. Like, this guy is not going to get out of this alive. He's done.
Okay, so he uses his persuasion to say, "You have served your role honorably. Die in peace."
There's kind of that weird, like, he's just kind of watching you at this point. I mean, it's a
And he
weirdly,
gently kinda-
it's a weirdly intimate moment. I mean, you're literally buried hand first in the guy's chest. But yeah, he's kind of watching at this point. He just kind of gets a little bit of a smirk, and then
And as he's doing that, he kind of moves in forward and puts the stub of his arm underneath, like his
Yeah.
other arm, and kind of uses his weight to gently lower him to the ground. 'Cause
right,
he's actually just trying to be kind.
yeah.
It's who he is. He
Yeah.
wants to be kind to his fallen foe.
Well, he's just there. He can see that he kind of lights kind of go out just before he touches back down to the asphalt, and you just remove your hand from the wound, and it's very clear that he's deceased at this point. You can actually pull his tag and anything else that you might need on his person, but I'm certain that there will probably be an uttered prayer of some kind or another while he's gone out.
Yeah, and that's what he does, is essentially he calls upon the spirits to honor the dead of a fallen warrior. And he's singing. And he's just sitting. He's actually just sitting there singing in Sumerian.
Right.
He's singing about the man's honor and and how his prowess in combat and how mighty it was. And he's trying to honor this warrior's last moments.
Right. Yeah, something very unusual for a lot of different reasons.
That hopefully that his gods will see this and reward the fallen.
Yep. And it's not hard to actually feel a sense of, sort of a deepening respect for the individual, given the fact. But once it's all over, he's just kind of laid to rest there at this point beside the entryway. It is clear that you have something that you can do, which, like I said, happens to be pulling tag and kind of getting more information.
That was the first opponent that Arad has faced that he actually had respect for.
Well, yeah, because they weren't just, conniving, whatever else. He was operating as a professional and was fit for that task.
I'm guessing he basically, because his regeneration goes boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. After all of the things that you've just said, you literally regain all of what you lost. Werewolves are ridiculous.
Oh, they are.
If he had something silver on him, you'd be a much more hurting unit, especially if those rounds were silver. Oh, shit.
No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay. So, in this alleyway, sort of on your lonesome, the gunshots having ranged out, no sign of authorities headed your way, no indication that anybody is concerned. It makes it clear that you double down on the idea that this is a likely area that is of interest, seeing as how there isn't...
It's at the level of defense, yeah. This is definitely Whitaker. He dabbles in cybernetics. This man was a machine man. It's like, okay, this is the right area. Here we go. Well, he actually takes the blankets and almost does a funeral wrap.
Right.
Of the man.
Yeah.
And does what he can to... He can't help himself. He literally can't help himself.
Right.
He just...
Well, I mean, this is part of your job. I mean, you're having to... this would normally be priest work, but, I mean, you're having to do all the jobs yourself. So...
It's like, fuck, I mean, we had priests for this shit. And
yeah.
Like, do you know how hard it is to do a funeral wrap with one arm?
Yeah. So, what is it that you wish to... So do you take, like I said, do you take his tag, his pay clip, and all that other stuff?
Well, he takes the tag, the pay clip, because he's learned to do these things.
Yeah.
To search. So he's taking the pay clip, he's taking the tag, anything that Rune could use.
Well, it's not too hard. Now, the tag is kind of interesting because, like I said, it's usually kind of like a smaller chip or a card, and it's one of those things where it's like it's on his person and it's attached to his pay clip in this case. And by the way, you can pull funds in some way, but you can take the clip for now until you can safely transfer the money. Let's just see how much he was carrying on himself. Yeah, this particular pay clip is pretty nice. You've got yourself about 1,500 credits to work with now that you didn't have before.
Okay. So, I mean, text us. I mean, is there anything? Let's do. I guess we should do the best.
You should probably contact Rune at this point and let him know you have something.
So he basically, beseeches the spirit of the net to contact Rune. And calls Rune.
Yeah.
Oh. Hello, Rune.
You see his masked expression on the hollow. And he's... Arad, have you found something?
Yes, I have come in conflict with Machine Man. He is no more, but he was guarding access.
What location?
And he gives an indication for the second location.
Right. And he's just like, fair enough. Anything else that you wish to divulge?
And then he shares he doesn't. He says, "I have," and he's like holding the credit chip and then the tag.
Right.
Says, like
he's like, do me a favor, and he walks you through a process, and he's like, and he does it very slowly and very carefully. It takes almost like 10 minutes for you to kind of get the idea of what he's doing, and as he helps you do it. But you basically do a light scan of the tag, and you hit the pay clip under the same thing, and after a short moment, he's like, I have it, and here you are. Like that, and you see a safe transfer. The pay clip goes from that 1500, which is, it's 1522, but you see it go from 1522 to 0.
Okay. Okay, so he does that. 1307 plus 1522 equals, there we go. It's just, there we go. Cool. And it says, thank you, friend Rune. What? I appreciate it. Should I
he's like,
investigate further?
And he's like, well, just stay where you are for the time being. You're not at risk of being uncovered by the Night City security, are you?
No, I am not. And at that point, he just takes the extra spare blanket and pretends to be the homeless man.
You're even got like the wobbly arm on top of it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He says, I can stay here and pretend to be him.
And it's like, that's an interesting plan. You can see that he's working on something from the other end because you can see he's looking at a screen, even though you can't see it. But he's like, well, he was smart. These tags are black tags. They're not real. His identity is still obscured. I won't be able to find exactly what we're looking for here.
Then how should I hunt? Should I go into the tunnel? I mean, that would be...
That might be ill-advised. For now, their sentry has been removed. This will cause some interest. You'll have to make sure that the body's not discovered until later. I'm certain that you can find some way of doing this with some careful work. If you're able to manage it, they might not be able to find the body at all. I don't know how you plan on doing that, but if you can obscure it from them, he'll just have gone. You also have to take note of the fact that you've left blood and things like that behind, depending on how you've dispatched your opponent.
He kind of looks around going, yes, there is some quantity of blood.
He just nods his head. He actually does it in a sort of logical, clinical kind of way. Like he just acknowledges the fact that you probably didn't do it pretty.
Yeah.
He's like, as best you can, try to keep it down. Someone will come to relieve him, and by the time he has his next shift, you can probably use that as a way of getting inside. For now, I'd say dispose of the body and wait.
Okay, so we're gonna do some awareness rolls.
Okay.
And now we've deactivated at this point he's no longer in the primary form.
Right.
So he's gonna use his predatory senses to look for a good place to hide the body.
Yeah. And your body's only 13 when you're using the true form, right?
Yes, and his body is 10 when he's not.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you should be able to move him around. Dead weight sucks, but you'll be able to do it, no problem.
Yeah, so 16 awareness.
Yeah.
To kind of find a good location away from here. So they'll do like a initial search of the area, kind of like, oh, where the fuck is this guy? He wants to find a non-obvious spot away from this area, and then he's going to go back and he's going to.
You conceal it. You move down the alleyway. You do it carefully, and you conceal the body amongst other refuse that's sort of in a nearby area that doesn't get a lot of visibility. and it's far enough down that they'll have to go a pretty good distance. And of course, with your funeral wrap, strangely enough, it kind of helps you from leaving a blood trail behind, in order to accomplish what you're going to accomplish. Now, you've got another ruined shirt, however, so your wolf shirt's got 3 holes and blood all over it.
Right. He doesn't care at this point. It's like he's got an extra blanket. He's going to pretend to be like one of the homeless people in the area.
Well, yeah.
And so he just takes some cardboard that's just sitting around, and he sweeps his tracks.
Yeah. I mean, you push it down that way.
He dusts his tracks. He obscures the blood within the dirt, so blending it in. So
yeah, you basically merge it together. There's a lot of stuff that's out here, a lot of contaminant, and so it's not hard to find a way to, like I said, contaminate what you have in terms of samples and the rest of it.
Yeah. So he does that, and then Rune said to observe.
Yeah, find out when his shift is going to end and that kind of stuff to kind of hang out. You obviously don't want to be directly over the door, like where he was staying. So you just want to be kind of around as like other, like down the way where you have visibility and you can watch to see what happens.
And that's what he'll do. Is he'll go down the way and put the blanket over him and huddle it some of the transients he's seen throughout Night City through his travels.
Yeah. It takes a while. You were there sort of like in the about like 11 to midnight, and by around 3 a.m. as you sit and watch, you know that the man probably was going to have some sort of shift change or something of that nature around then, because if they had to wait during the day, it's more noticeable, so they'll swap in, usually probably at night or in the early morning, which in this case happens to be the way it is. But it's also interesting because the hatch comes open. You see a couple of individuals emerge from whatever it is from underneath. They both look like they are well fit, well trained, average height to both of them within a certain variance, and they're not wearing suits, but they're wearing nicer clothes. They seem to be armed, and they are checking that whole area out. You see one actually holding his hand up to his neck, stopping for a minute, and then he takes a look. One of them is actually leaning towards the ground. Like they're investigating the area. It's clear that there is something happening, and they're starting to look into the missing bodyguard at this point.
Well, he doesn't want to move because that would arise suspicions. So I'm going to do a stealth roll.
Okay.
To have him kind of melt into the environment, so to speak.
Yeah,
with
go ahead.
Blanket camouflage. Blanket flage.
Blaflange.
Bufflage. His bufflage. So it can't be signed. 21 bufflage roll.
All right. Yeah, you managed to squeak in. The first of the two of them is standing. You can see that they're he's standing in front. He's got a weapon in his hand. He's got a pistol, and he's keeping it underneath his. He's got his arms folded, and the pistol's just there in his right hand as it's being just tightly concealed at this point. And in the dark, most people wouldn't be able to see it. The other, who seems to be scrawnier, like I said, he's just wearing a regular. It's just a regular T-shirt. He's got a set of not slacks, but it's like not jeans either. I don't know what you'd call the material, but it's like almost fatigues, and he's just got regular shoes. These comes leaning in close, and you can actually hear it because your senses again are peaked, and you're able to hear it off the bouncing alleyway. And it's just, I don't know what to tell you. He's dead. He was killed in a very brutal fashion. Some kind of thick weapon went through his chest. I suspect that's probably what killed him. The other one just nods his head. Well, that would explain why he didn't make check-in. Somebody's going to have to stand watch out here. And we've been compromised, which means we need a different place to be. Just nods his head. I'll go ahead and tell him. He holsters the weapon, and goes down back into the hatch. The scrawnier one shakes his head. I need to check something here. Oh. Not that. Ah. Yeah. You can see the other individual just kind of looks around and then kind of like eyeballs everything for a moment, steps back, and it's like the shadows just kind of crawl around his person until he becomes invisible to the naked eye.
And this is the skinny one.
Yep. No longer a silhouette, but literally a blur of shadows in shadow.
So let's do an awareness roll for senses. What does he smell when that happens?
Go for it.
I mean, is he dealing with undead or is he dealing with magic again?
We'll find out once he rolls, huh?
14.
Your guess is you're probably dealing with a vampire, and this is part of their underground movement, so vampires in their employ would make sense, especially at night.
He waits until, I mean, he's going to be patient with this, because Rune said to act, follow what they do, and then
right
to see. So at this point, he's going to wait not too long, because he doesn't want the other to get so far ahead, that he can't track him. We need to be in a different place. I will go tell him. So he's concerned about losing his quarry entirely. So let's do a tactics roll as to the proper amount of time he needs to wait before acting. If that makes sense.
Yep.
12 tactics roll.
Well, here's what you know for sure. They're going to move this, this spot is compromised now. They're not going to come back to it. They're probably going to burn it as a proper access point. Inconvenient, yes, but it guarantees that they have no chance of trouble down the way. So they're probably going to burn it. Any opportunity that comes next where you can get back down there before they have a chance to really refortify or divert will probably be best. But the problem is that they're already aware of this, so you don't know exactly what you're going to meet down there. Your options basically are wait until the hatch is open again, do a forceful incursion, and go deeper into their lair, or do nothing at all with the information that you have in terms of watching what this, other creature has done, where he's obscured himself, and then try to follow it in some other measure, but it will likely take you back down there anyway. And the way that these tunnels work is that there's not going to be a lot of active security, but it'll be extremely difficult to sneak in when they're closing the hatch again on the way down. So forceful incursion looks like a possibility, or you might have to abandon it as a viable option. It's kind of one of those circumstances where you sort of have the all or nothing problem.
Mm-hmm. No, he doesn't want the prey to go completely to ground. And that's his dilemma, is he doesn't want the prey to go completely to ground.
Well, it depends on how much disruption you need to make, right? Because if you wait, in terms of patience, no problem. But the longer you wait, the more the trafficking continues, and, obviously that's not going to sit well with Arad and how he functions. So there's that as another problem or conundrum. But disrupting them is kind of the point as well. So, in a sense, you could wait and find another one of these access points or another, another element like this, and see if there is a stealthier way to operate it. But that might take days or even weeks to properly work within whatever restructuring they do.
And he can't morally allow innocence to suffer.
Right.
Because that's in the core hardwire of the Dreaming City is you cannot allow evil to go unchecked.
Right.
And if they're going to move, it means that they are going to move whatever merchandise they have, and therefore multiply the suffering.
Right, which means that, shit's going to get real, and they'll restructure, and it'll become harder to find what you're finding, because they obviously know that there's going to be a tail at this point. So it's one of those things where it's like, obviously, the more, it's the all or nothing becomes in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yep, so he has to act. So we are going to do a stealth roll. Because he wants to ambush the shadow. Well, actually, no. Wait a second. Nope, that's not going to work. Pierce the veil. Allows you to see the world of the spirit. Duration is per encounter. If there are spirits in your area or spiritual energies, such as curses or other dark spiritual forces, they then become visible. Be warned, peering into the veil allows what is beyond to look back.
Right.
So we are going to expend another SFR for that, but we're going to ready his stealth first.
Okay.
So he wants to kind of move, just like it used the blend of the shadows, he's just going to naturally use his blanket flage.
Bullflage.
Bullflage. He's going to use his bullflage. All right, bullflage. Please protect me.
Dude, it sounds like an IKEA diningware set, if I'm being honest.
It's the signing that you can't see. Bullflage.
I didn't become excited until I saw the Cunin.
The Cunin. It was really that I fell in love with the bullflage.
Yeah.
So he's gonna he's readying his pierce the veil and rolling 21 stealth into piercing the veil.
Right. Well, so in this case, you're moving it through. I would like to have your... you said how much was your stealth exactly?
21.
21, okay. When you pierce the veil, there's all kinds of stuff that just kind of peers out. Lots of dark entities here in this alley. Most of them benign, but still dark nonetheless. Clearly because of the fact there's just so much, human heart and rot that kind of coincide with it. But you catch the silhouette of your quarry standing guard over the doorway, and as you're moving along, you get maybe within 10 feet or so, using what you've got going on, being extremely slow, when the two of you end up locking eyes. Now, this is what's weird, is that you see the hollowed out silhouette with the whiter kind of ghostly framing of the creature, and the fact that he sees you and you see him back is where it's
at that point, in the darkness of his bullflage, is just this white feral grin, because at this point he knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And then he acts.
Mm-hmm.
So from the bullflage, the smile emerges. You know what? You should title this episode
What?
Chronicle, the Battle of the Bullflage.
Bullflage. I fucking killed him. Alright. We got the fucking inhaler involved. Now I know it's real.
Yeah, that was good. Anytime I get a laugh that gets me the inhalers up, it's a good one. Battle of the Flage. Sounds like some profound massive battle. No, it's literally involving him fighting somebody in a blanket.
Yep.
I mean, as he screams, "This is my blanket fort!" I mean,
If only he was savvy enough, right?
right? So he's gonna straight up. Okay, those are his attack rolls, but let's do the combat awareness.
Yeah, we needed to find out what's going on with that first.
Because he's glowing. So he's going to use another SFR.
Yep.
Okay, so 3 out of 10 SFR has been used total so far. And combat sense is 16. So basically, it's the white smile, and then it just like these blue cuneiform runes start to like glow within the hood.
Yeah.
And upon his sword arm, it's like this effect of like, oh yeah. Or such, oh yeah. So 20 combat awareness, and then he has 30 and 27 attacks.
It's not that one. There it is. Stand by, just checking one thing.
Jesus.
How was your game? Yeah, it was great.
Okay, yep, all of that tracks. Okay, that tracks as well. Oh, I didn't... Really? Alright. Okay. As you're moving forward, this thing reacts to your sudden movement very quickly. And we see it break the shadow veil that it had over itself. And it just holds up its hands like this. You see this nasty pinprick of blue light just kind of flare into a being. And then he just hurls it your way. And it becomes about baseball-sized. Coming straight for you as you rush for it.
Okay. I guess I'll do a dodge roll.
Yep.
$24.
Very nice, very nice. You press low, and you can feel whatever the energy is, a nasty, very nasty kind of energetic magic that is, you don't want it that to touch you under any circumstances. You don't know quite what it is, but when it strikes the wall behind, you can see it just takes up all the concrete and brick and actually falls over it like napalm for a moment and leaves rigorously like nasty looking scorch marks. And whenever it's, whenever it gets done doing that, it presses the attack with another one of its own. Ooh. Please make a defense check. He's coming at you with basically a melee strike. It looks like he has claws out trying to swipe you.
Okay, well, he's going to do a defensive parry for the claws, so he's going to use his blade. 30.
Wow. You're actually 7 points underneath him. He critted out.
Oh, okay.
Or not 7 points. You were actually a little further than that. But, you were a little more than because he was rolled up in the 40s. It was ridiculous.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this average. I'm glad we're having average encounters today.
You're welcome. Just use your blue flash. Like,
It's a bluffage.
you're gonna use your defensive bluffage to block fire. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah. So he comes out there and he streaks across. You try to get him at the wrist, but he's fast enough that he actually clips underneath, like here at the soft part of your side, and then happens to hop back from where he's at. You can see that he's got that predatorial wide stance, claws ready, feet, like his fingers are spread wide. And he's assessing exactly what kind of opponent he's dealing with.
Yeah, because he doesn't present as a werewolf.
No. But you can see fangs on your opponent, which definitely tells you what you already knew. He was definitely vampiric, one of the cursed blood for sure. All right.
Well,
it's
how
your
much
show.
fucking damage do I take? Did I take any damage?
Yes, you did take
'Cause he
damage.
Yeah.
You only took 5 because, like I said, he's pushing past your natural armor with the armor-piercing claws.
Okay. So 5 damage, 14 natural armor. Yeah. So he strikes twice with the blade of breath of life and bright weapon.
Okay.
AP5, spirit. It's not spirit bane and silvered.
Mm-hmm.
So it causes withering damage.
Yeah, to the right things. Yep.
Yeah, to the right things. Okay, so it's silver. Anyway, so he does his 30-27.
30-27? Jesus. Yeah, I mean, those 2 strikes come down on him pretty freaking hard. So it's 42 damage in all. If he would, he's just, Christ. Yeah, so he ends up taking the hits. You can see that he just kind of like stumbles back as he takes those strikes. He's just like, it's not pain, it's kind of surprise. He's kind of like doing this number. He kind of looks down and he looks up.
Because all he sees from the bluffage is this long silver blade, like licking out, like literally moving like that.
Mm-hmm.
So this blanket's attacking him.
You're basically a hobo mimic. Like, that's...
I'm a It's like this. I am the spirit of hobos past. You have betrayed us. So it's this like glowing, smiling face in this bluffage, and a silver blade coming out of the blanket. So I mean, it's somewhat comical.
Yeah, so he takes those hits. He's like this. Again, you feel that sense of resistance when the blade cuts. You did damage. Like, you can see the cuts in there. And you can see, like I said, he stood back kind of shocked and surprised. And then he gets really kind of low, but you see that same spark of blue again, and he sends another bolt of whatever that is. Roll well.
Well, he's not gonna fucking parry it. That's for fucking certain.
No, you're going to try. You're going to have to dodge. But, again, I'm just saying, roll well.
My God. Have they switched to player hating dice?
Yes. To be perfectly honest, he rolled 2 crits. Luckily enough, he doesn't have a shitload of SFR, and this ability takes quite a toll. So this will be the only other time he can do this one. But shit.
Well, given these long encounters, this is where, rolling out of luck kind of it's a pain in the ass, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
24.
Ugh, too bad. I was hoping for a crit.
Oh, please. When your player hider dice come in to play, no one's dice are good enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Would he have regenerated?
In this, you would have regenerated the last cut on the top
Okay.
of this next one, yes. So you won't be
Okay.
down as far whenever we go back around to your attack again. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you regenerate at your attack whenever it rolls to your attack of the
Okay, when
round.
my attack. Okay.
Yeah. So, but either
How
way,
much did it take?
you took 26 withering damage from this flame. It hurts. But it blasts you here and just licks out causes ribbons of lesion all over your body, and you know this is the feeling you get as if it were like molten silver just poured all over your skin.
Okay, at that point, he just roars, and he is no longer in the true form of the people.
Right.
He is the great wolf.
Yep. And in response, as you're actually mid-transition from that fury, he comes in for another claw strike and literally hammers down another blow across here, kind of shredding it apart. He only does, like, let's see, what was it? It was 6 and 5, 16. Yeah, so it was 21 more points of damage. Are you still conscious?
Yeah, he's got 13 health levels, so that's 47 at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's got 4 more health levels.
okay. Either way, you're fucking hurting.
It's your player fucking hating dice. I mean,
Yeah.
does it look severely injured? I mean,
Well, you'll regenerate the claw, because that doesn't
Yeah.
have the same effect. Whatever that flame was, that's gonna suck for a while.
so that's 5 levels of
Yeah, the
5
withering
levels of
damage,
withering.
you did 26 of withering damage, so that does not heal any faster than a human would. Your regeneration can't push past that barrier.
I just put 5 levels of withering damage on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I will make sure that I keep 5 levels of damage stoked up. Okay. So he's just going to roar, and he's just going to lash out with his blade. He's going
Yep.
to attack as fast as humanly possible, or
Yeah.
inhumanly possible,
Go for it.
because he doesn't have anything else. It's just this is just what he is.
I wish I could show you this.
28 and 28.
Okay. First one, yes. Okay. The second one hits, but he manages to move aside from the first blow, despite the fact that you're now this massive wolf-wielding sword. But you go, that first swing clears clean, and it carves a huge chunk out of the asphalt at your feet when you're making those motions, because it's fast and very, very aware of the threat that you now face. The second cut hits hard. And again, what's the damage now when you're in wolf form in this sense?
22.
Okay. Yeah, so he's like
20,
like that.
22 AP 5.
Yeah. He ends up taking the hit and sprawling backwards. He rolls to
And
his
he-
feet, kind of like, obviously the cuts don't seem to cause him any real pain, but they're cutting and doing damage. He comes back after you with a 25 in an attempt to try and strike you again. A 25
Is it-
and a 22.
Okay, so I gotta I gotta reduce his shit by 8. Fuck.
Well, yeah. You had what, 23 as your max?
Yeah.
You have a 15 base.
Fuck it. This went to shit real quick.
Welcome to Shadows.
19. No. 24.
Okay. So, and 19 and 24? Okay, yeah. So he gets you with one more, but it only does 5 points of damage. But your strike hits next, so that is completely nullified. You can ignore it. Because it's your attack and you regenerate it. So you're still at a -8, and the damage you took is nullified. So it doesn't count.
Okay.
All right.
Top of the order?
Yeah.
Okay, so my top of the order nullifies that. Okay.
Yep. That's right. That's why that damage is not going to apply because it
I have
literally
to-
disappears. Yeah.
I'm trying to like convert my mindset on this because I've never had to utilize this mechanic that much.
Yeah.
17, 19.
And you don't have any levels of pain tolerance?
No.
That would be something to invest in.
Yeah, he is going to now. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is, my advantages and disadvantages. Well, I mean, he's a weakened state. He's no longer who he was. So he has lucky, melee master, natural leader, 8 lives, 8 lives, because we know why he has not long 9. Medium, cursed, faultlessly honest, enemy, sense of duty, missing limb, and vow.
Right.
So.
Okay. You start to make these sweeping cuts. Your foe
he's essentially still a courtier. He's a
Mhm.
seneschal.
Yeah.
He can fight,
Well-
and damn, he can fight. But
Oh yeah.
he's
So
not
you
warrior class.
right, you make those sweeping cuts yet again, and he is starting to move and shift. You can see that there is this grin on his face as you're making these attacks, and he's acknowledging the fact that you have this spidering of horrifically nasty looking burns on your chest.
By the way, he's using his strikes also to maneuver or crunch him to the wall. Like
Yeah.
he's trying to pin him into motion where he can't move.
Yeah.
But he's doing it fast enough to try to distract him too.
Right. So the cuts they don't seem to hit. Are you serious, Dice? Really? Okay. Okay. So roll your defense. He comes at you claws again, looking to try and carve you to ribbons as you make those 2 strikes. He comes inside your guard just with sweeping blows of his own going for the leg and your hip.
24. And a crit fail. And he has no luck.
Yep. Okay. It looks like you're using up one of those 8 lives of yours.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you get hit. This thing slams into you for a moment, and you can feel the pressure, and it goes 1, 2, and you feel yourself just kind of like take the impacts. Those
Excuse me.
cleaves. Yeah.
Kids are fighting outside, and I need to take care of them.
In this case, I need to have you make a body essence check because the amount of damage that you're probably likely to suffer is going to be a lot. It is 5, 10, and then it was 14. That's 24, and yeah, you're probably going to be below 0 at this point, I imagine, because it's 64 damage.
He's got 4 health levels left at 5,
Okay.
so he's got 20 health.
Okay, yeah,
20
no,
health
you're at
left
negative
left.
4.
A negative 4. Okay, so
Right,
what's
so-
what's the target?
So, in other words, you need to roll. Your body's above 10, which means you have 3 automatic successes, right? And you have 10d10 that you're going to roll on, right?
Target.
But target is going to be 9. Oh, Jesus.
Are you shitting me?
With no luck, we can't do anything about it. Damn it.
But I have 3 successes, so what does 3 successes do for me?
Well,
Oh,
fail
Arad,
1,
Arad, this
target
is-
9,
this-
10.
this
Well, you
is
have
why
like
Arad- this is
Yeah, you
why
have
Arad
only-
talks his way out of things.
yeah. So you had 2 successes, but you have 2 1s, which cancel those out. That's why you landed at 0. Sit. Jesus. Yeah. He ends up striking. You just kind of like that, and you just go blank out completely. Because he manages to just rip
And
into you.
we're going to 7 lives.
Yeah.
So let me put 7. We are down to 7 lives.
Well, you actually wake, and we're gonna hold it shortly after this. But you wake inside of what you feel the rumbling, right? And there's this grotesque amount of pain that you're dealing with. That's on your right side, and it's dark with wherever you are. You're on something soft, but it feels something close to like leather. You realize that you're on a seat on the inside of a vehicle. And you're sitting there, and you slowly open up your eyes, and you don't have anything on, and you can see that Rune is sitting across from you on another set of seat, like another bench seat, and you guys are moving in some kind of vehicle. You don't know what, and he's like, I'm glad that you're awake.
Yes. It seems that the Curse Blood are not as weak as I expected. There are, or he just, or he kind of touches his chest. Or I have fallen so very far from my former strength.
Well, my light went out just now, but that's okay. All right, so he just shakes his head. No, you were in a fight that I can only imagine was quite difficult. I'm surprised that you're actually alive. I don't know what it is that they have hit you with, but it is not healing like the rest of you. And I was able to push a certain amount of them back and was able to retrieve you only just barely. I happened to have a small amount of weapons support. I realized that maybe perhaps I was going to want to be somewhere close by, given the fact that disruption at this level would have caused him to restructure, and I happened upon the fight just as you had fallen.
And of Sinastru Shadakaru, is she still with me? And he kind of reaches at his side.
You're talking about your weapon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just like, of course. And like you can feel the, hilt and crossguard as you reach downward.
And he smiles silently. Good. We have never been parted.
And he's like, I was just lucky enough to want to investigate further. You'd been gone for several hours, and it was hours more after our conversation. I thought that I might assist depending on what you found.
They were going to move their merchandise. I could not allow such a horror to continue.
Then you and I had the same conclusion, which is why I was moving to assist.
Then
Of
you
course.
have my gratitude. Like he's speaking in Sumerian. He's too tired to even deal with, because he's got 5 withering damage still affecting him. So
26.
He's got.
You have 26 withering damage.
Yeah, 26 withering damage.
Yeah.
So 26. Sorry, 26. So he's got the brace right here, so it's constantly feeding. So he's doing it as a courtesy, so Ruben can just read what he's saying.
Well, and he's just like, rest for now. We don't have much choice. They will restructure one way or the other, since their initial point was taken care of. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to dispatch your opponent. He managed to escape.
That is a shame. We shall hunt him again. And he smiles to himself. He smiles, and he's just grinning. He's grinning from ear to ear in a most positive manner possible. Here's Arad. It's like, but, was this enough to be noticed?
He's like, oh, it was more than enough. I'm certain that Malcolm is going to have to be trying to sort out exactly what it is that started chasing him down or making some ruckus. This is going to be good for us. A little bit of disarray, and if he's in the midst of moving his stock, that puts him at a disadvantage. We might be able to catch him while he's trying to hide what he has.
Huh. There is, and he closes his eyes, kind of cocks back. So there is some good of this. I did lose control, though. That was
He just nods. Well, you are not dead. So, we trudge on.
So, I need to rest. This will take some time.
I would happen to agree. Alright, so you guys will be taken to that same apartment eventually, but he has to get you clothed and a few other things. It looks like he's negotiated some kind of means of travel that allows you to be able to be pulled through without any questions. But we'll leave it at that point for now. So yeah, you're down to 7 lives at this point.
Okay.
And
So we are at 3 sessions. How much IP is that total? After 3 sessions.
I'm basically going to be popping it through as 5 per hour, and we've been jumping this one for 5, almost 6 hours. So that'll give you 30 IP, easy.
Okay.
And then for the other session that we had here, this is third. So you'll probably have close to about, I think there was like, 6 hours each. So same thing. You're going to be up to 90 IP now.
Okay. Because I think I want to spend some of this shit. Don't know why.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fucking... I forgot how much I hate your player hater dice. I
wanted a more even keel kind of fight, not, oh, we're all going to lose. Now he's going to die. Like, the sheer number of crits that I rolled in that last fight was a little stupid. The sheer number of ones I rolled before that were stupid.
Well, I mean, I should have known it was coming. When anytime your dice start rolling ones consistently, and I keep on forgetting this every time, anytime your dice is consistently roll ones means that it's building up its energy for like the player hater. And then it's just going to unleash this torrent of just hate. It's the iced tea going, hate.
Yeah. Loathe entirely. Yeah.
Dude, fuck those dice sometimes.
Seriously. Well, that...
Fuck my life. Well,
Yeah.
fuck my 8th life. Because,
Yeah, that being said, yeah, we'll just definitely let her rest at this point. That was a good sesh. There's definitely more to do. Clearly, that was very risky. I think that you should probably have some assistance for the future. And by the way, the ability that you came up against is Ghost Flame as part of the Vampire Ensemble of Bloodline powers.
Yeah, it's something. It's something. Remind me the advantage point buy-in. It's
10 times
10
whatever the
times.
original point cost was. So I believe pain tolerance is a four pointer. So that's 40. You could get 2 levels of pain tolerance from this alone for 80 points.
Well, I was thinking, what are your thoughts on 1 pain tolerance and 1 hard to kill? To at least raise the health
that'll be good
levels.
too. Yeah, both of those make sense. Go with what feels good. I'd say 1 level of pain tolerance is a minimum requirement, and then the hard to kill is definitely smart.
That's what we're gonna do.
Alrighty then.
So we're using his IP like we've talked about in the past. His IP is development of character based off of situational development. Hard to kill and pain tolerance is situational development of getting his ass kicked. So
basically, if you actually acknowledge this, you gained about 13 HP from buying hard to kill. Because it's 1 point per health level. So they go from 5s to 6s.
that was stupid.
Well, I mean, Arad did need a little bit of a reality check. I mean, he wiped the floor with so many people. You demolished a whole single cell of gang members yourself.
I mean, just saying.
Well then, that was fun. That was entertaining as hell.
That was something.
Yep, that was something.
That was something.
That being said, I think I will part with all of you that have been watching. Thank you so much for having been here. And again, do check out the Babbel sponsor that I've got going on, because you can get yourself upwards of a lifetime purchase of Babbel for 60% off. And that is a pretty darn good deal given the original asking price. And I will be doing a presentation, or at least a walkthrough of the website myself to figure out how it works. And I'll be just kind of streaming that out to see how it functions as part of the deal. But it should be fun. And yeah, just help me out any way you can if you feel like it. If not, whatever. You know, that's how this stuff works. But thanks so much for watching. It really matters a lot to me that you guys are here, and I will check back in at a later point. Everybody have a good afternoon. Take it easy.